Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, June the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Starkey, PJ. You guys can hear me, see my screen. I think I went live in YouTube, but I probably... Loud and clear. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, great. Okay, guys, we are now live in both rooms. So what's happening this morning? So the first, this cast has just been another amazing one. 56 cent stock 4 days ago, 3 days ago, really. 3 days ago, 56 cent stock, $12 now. Low, and it's low float, yes, but it's not crazy low. It's 15 million in the float. Not one of the sub 1 million share floaters, but man, it has just been, what do they do again? Video streaming platform. Okay. And that's CAST, C-A-S-T. CDT this morning, I haven't seen this one for a while. CDT this morning, equity notes investment into Sarborg, expansion into quantum computing. Okay, that's your news for CDT. Lynx was active yesterday, LNKS, very active yesterday, up another 76% today. Started at the low yesterday was 139, 282 now, well below the VWAP. So it spiked, another one that spiked way high and then gave up almost half and now is below the VWAP. Morning nuclear. Okay, APWC, Asia Pacific Wire and Cable, okay. Out of Taiwan, okay. Ton of volume, 36 million. Just trying to see if there's any actual news on this one. I don't see any news on this one, on the APWC. Another one that spiked high in the pre-market, up to $3, and almost cut in half underneath the VWAP. I don't have that. Is it less than a? So you saying WOK was halted? WOK was halted? Didn't have it here. Must have been it had to be a news halt. Halted due to, oh, that's at 3:30. So it must have, okay. And I didn't, I didn't have my program open at 3:30, so that's why I wouldn't see it. Okay. Pending news. You mentioned QS. QS pops on news, a deal with Hyundai, okay? Or Honda, not Hyundai. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were making fun there. So Honda, okay. Yeah, big pop, QS. Signs an agreement with Honda. R&D to advance QS battery platform through combined contribution. Is this the one that a long time ago said we, ultimately we might have like 1 million hours on a charge? Is this the one a long time ago, guys? I don't think they were working with Honda. I think it was another company. I think it was Volkswagen. Yeah, I think I sort of remember. I think it was this company. It might be wrong. Now on that hype, not hype. It's news. It is news. Okay, but QS. This is shortable for me. Interactive Brokers. Probably a little too late now. Looking to see if there's any disasters. Don't see any. I mean, EHGO'd, yes, but it's just, it's not because of any specific news. Well, this is kind of a disaster. You've probably seen this one, William. I haven't seen if you've put in the beat, raises, misses, etc. Any of the, but this is ACN. ACN is just getting hammered down here. 17%. That's a big float. 612 million in the float, and that's Accenture out of Ireland, and that is just getting knocked down here. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where could it keep going? Boy, it's not a lifetime low, but it's sure darn close. They're all they're also doing a buyout. Okay, so that doesn't help. Revenue impact of about $100 million compared to expectations due to Middle East conflict, etc. Okay. So I would call that that's the sort of the disaster du jour, or something that big stock. Now WOK. So they're doing that a 100-to-1 reverse split. That's the news, or they've already done it. So if they're going to do another one, I mean, that's going to take this down to like 240,000. Smith and Wesson is an earnings play. I saw this after hours, guys. This is one of those ones. I don't know if you had my biggest gainers from the start of the race up and running, and also, yeah, this SWBI was all over. You can see the big pop right there. It was in the race. It was leading the race. Big pop for SWBI on earnings. And there were a couple others, not earnings plays. I can't remember what they were. I didn't trade them, unfortunately. I was a little too late. Some great after hours, though. I never ever used to look at after hours, but especially if it's not an earnings play. If it's not, because these earnings plays can be tricky, you know. And William, I know you can attest to this. You see some of these earnings plays, and the news comes out, and they pop up, and then they drop. But when it's some of these littler companies just have some kind of news come out. So the split was effective today. Effective today. Okay, well, that makes a little more sense. So now the float is 2.4 million. Okay, for the WOK. Yeah, SpaceX is struggling to get back to 190. It's underneath the VWAP. 189 is the VWAP. So can somebody verify for me? I thought there was this QS about, well, you know what? Maybe I can take a look at a monthly chart, because I think I want to say here back in 2023, maybe even earlier, when did it start trading as QS? I know some company came out and saying, theoretically we could have like a million hours on a charge, or or go a million miles on a charge or some crazy thing, or even more, 10 million, 100 million miles. I mean, and I think they were working, with Volkswagen. I mean, it wasn't going to happen overnight, of course, but I think that company was working with Volkswagen. I just don't know if that was QS. WPRT, guys, WPRT. Let's see what's happening with this one. Okay, it's fade. Another one. So many pop up and then drop and start fading underneath. I'm talking. I'm talking years ago, PJ. There was some company that was working with Volkswagen. I want to say it's QS, and the buzz was that, you know, in the next 5 years or 10 years, they were going to be able to create a battery that go like a million miles or on a charge. I mean, theoretical. I know the company was Volkswagen. I just don't know it was QS. It seems like it could have been QS. Not that it really matters today. All right, guys, let's take a look. So the market is having a little pop here. Well, actually, not a little pop, a nice 5-point pop. Let's take a look at the major sectors and see. It was QS. I thought so. Thank you, 162. And it was Volkswagen, right? And it was several years ago. There was a lot of hype about it. All right. Well, this is a repeat of yesterday. SMH. SMH, the leading sector in the pre-market, the semis. NLR, this is the uranium and the nukes. Let's see how much volume. I know every day I look at this and think, when is the volume going to pick up? So what's the worst one? As to be expected, XLE and silver. Nothing earth-shatteringly down, but certainly the semis leading the charge again today. They did that yesterday also. This is all pre-market. Wow, pre 9:30. R haven't seen this one for a long time. Boy, this was a really active one several years ago. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. Yeah. Well, I guess that's October. So actually, not as long ago as I thought. The first time we really were watching this or seeing this was last August, and then September and October got all the way up to 742. Something to do with that had something to do with the railways, but maybe I'm wrong. I might be thinking of another one. I thought there was some other one that had something to do with, well, AI with railways, but I might be wrong. IHT. Another one. Big spike up, big drop, way underneath the VWAP. So many like that. What scan did R show? I think it was here. I think it was in my race. I think it was in my race. Pretty sure it was in here. It was in the race, Burks. It's. I don't see it now, but it was in the race. Yeah, it was in the race. I see it right there. This is the top list. This is the top list from which the race is generated. Okay, so there it is, RR. But it's not. But it must have dropped. And there it is again. RR. See, it's only up 0.96%. So remember, it's only going to show the top 10 in here. So there it is, though. When the race started, remember, these percentages refer to when the race started, not what the company is doing or how much it's up from yesterday's close. Yeah, so this is a mistake. Of course, this is not up 13,000%. Okay, I better tell the guys again to have that adjusted. All right, guys, let's see what else. BYAH, blah, B, or Baya, BYAH is another active stock. A few days ago, a couple of weeks ago, maybe week and a half ago, 646 got up to the high yesterday. It's above that high of yesterday and the day before. The next high is $1.99. And if it takes that out, I have to put a price alert around the $2 level, just in case it does that today, maybe tomorrow, because then when you look left, it has a ton of room. I'm sure there's absolutely no news on this one. It's just a low float, China stock. LPA was active yesterday. LPA was very active yesterday, or the day before. I do recall seeing it. Maybe it was after hours. Maybe this was one of those ones after hours also. Yeah, this is another one that was a big pop after hours. Yeah, that went from 320 all the way up to 585. That was the one I was thinking. I unfortunately I was just a little bit late sitting down on my computer. I was trying to get there at 1 o'clock my time, but I just didn't make it. And in the pre-market today, this got up to 780. But again, big pop up in the pre-market, big fade underneath the VWAP. I'm just trying to find one that's still at least above the VWAP. That is the plan. Yes, Hermes, Vancouver. Yeah, Canada's playing, I think, Qatar. No. Okay, guys. So there's the walk, WOK, walk. Again, it is not up 16,000%. Okay, just so you know. Okay, it is has not been adjusted. This is fine. Okay, this is fine. This is the actual number. Okay, so you have to disregard what it says on the chart. So strange if that happens. You are right. Yes, you are right. The market is closed tomorrow. Absolutely. Yeah, you were right. The market is closed tomorrow, Juneteenth. Okay. Yay. Okay. Well, I just that has put a spring in my step. Thanks for reminding me, Mike. Juneteenth. That's the holiday. That's a fairly new holiday, I think. Maybe the 4 years, 3 years, 4 years. Okay, guys. Two techs. Let's see. Rum. Wasn't this the trade of the week? Is it the trade of the week this week or last week? All right, God, what time is it now? 8:22. Just looking around, seeing if there's anything I haven't talked about. Well, don't think I'm the triple UG. Is this a yeah? That's what I thought. This is a so remember what we're looking at. This is uranium, right? Got to be. So remember what we were looking at in the pre-market. The sectors NLR was one of the top sectors. So UU. So here's energy uranium up 16%. So if you thought that uranium was going to, well, that's the stock quadruple U was going to keep going. Notice it's double. Okay, this is a 2-time ETF for it. Barfly, BFLY. Let's see, what is this one doing? It's up 25%. Network comments on Midjourney's ultrasound scanner announcement. Okay, well, that's your news on it. And Jose Cuervo, CRVO is down here, and another one pop up. Now, Lisa's trying to get over the VWAP, okay? It's trying to get over the VWAP. Oh, thank you, William. Okay. So there is a CRVO, and it is just over the VWAP. So at least it popped up pre-market. So many drop below the VWAP, but at least it's trying to recover. This is low float, 4.6 million. See if there's any news on this one. There is news. Okay, there is news on this one. Receives a U.S. patent for its neflamapimod drug. I'm sure that's not the way to pronounce it, but for the treatment of dementia with Lewy bodies. Gosh, all these words. Lewy bodies. Okay. Well, let's cheer them on. It's over the VWAP. The VWAP is around 459. So this could be interesting, guys. I mean, it at least it has some news. Some of these other ones have no news at all. They're just sort of trading vehicles. And so this has some news and again, new patent protecting use of its drug. All the awful things that can happen to a body. Man, oh man. EHGO. Somebody said it just popped. Yeah. At least it's over the View app. Still down a lot, but it is over the View app. This was a pretty brutal one yesterday because look what happened. I got up to 671. Look where it closed, down at 282. It opened at the 200-day moving average, moved, but just sold off. Okay, just give me a moment. All right, so yeah, I'd be watching this one, the CRVO, to see what is the next high looking like. Well, obviously it's got a ton of room. Now, I don't know, maybe that news, I mean, the next high is 757 or so. That was 2 days ago. I don't know if it's a rehashing of the news because it spiked 2 days ago also. So I don't know if that's just a rehashing of the news, receiving the patent or patent protection. Yeah, I read what you said, Faith. I mean, it's a great announcement for Quantum QS and their deal with Honda. But it's the same. It just reminds me of the Volkswagen deal. So I mean, it is really fading now. Shoot, 856 down to 779. There are a lot of shares available. Market is taking a nice pop. Market is taking a nice pop here. Good morning, Frito-Lay. All right, guys, it's now 1 minute now, okay, to 9:30, the 9:30 open. So unless I see something I haven't talked about, I think I'll just get rid of this. The Accenture is still ACN. This is the sort of the disaster du jour, really. It's an earnings play, and plus they are buying a company, so it's sort of a double hit. There's got to be an ETF for this. There's got to be an ETF for this. Somebody find it for me, please. Okay, ACN. There's got to be an ETF for this. Where you could buy it if it has a bounce or short it. Buy it on a short ETF or go long on a long ETF, of course. For stock this size, there's got to be one. Really? How can some of these other companies that are way more obscure, in my opinion anyway, than an Accenture, have ETFs and somebody hasn't developed one? Well, maybe because it's from Ireland. I don't know. Yeah, we're open. We are now open. Well, open. Define open. The 9:30 open, yes. Just give me one moment, guys. Okay. So there, well, guys, there's the CRVO. Okay, the CRVO. So it's holding the VWAP. It's holding the VWAP, bouncing off the VWAP. Pre-market high was 537, but more importantly, there's your next high over here. Actually, the 200-day moving average would be the next block probably, but that's still far enough away. It's $6. Okay, I'm not saying to take the trade right now. I'm just, but it did have news, dementia, dementia drug, a protected patent. Boy, yes, SPCX is really so. Then another new SNK. What's the volume like for that one? Pretty good, pretty good. So you could buy this one if you think usually they have the stock price here though too, or the stock. But okay, I'll take your word for it. Aspen. So you could buy this one if you think that SpaceX is going to continue to move down. Oh, my swing days are long gone, so I have no idea. I have no idea. Unusual. I don't need. Yeah, no kidding. Just give me one moment, guys, as I rummage through my papers that I threw out so I can find some symbols. Um, so this, let me I just want to do a check here. SSPC, what's the volume? Yeah, so there's more volume than the other one, but still. So this again, this is how, if you thought that SpaceX was going to continue down, you can buy this one. Remember, this is the 2-time ETF. So SpaceX is down 4%. And that's why that says 8, that says 9%. Long SSPC. Well, okay, William, 977, 968. Okay, well, you're in the money right now. Hmm. Wow, SBCX is just tanking. Too bad, William. Ah. Wait a minute. Okay, guys, Cuervo just showed up. Okay, now I made a change to my to my scan. I did make a change to the scan. Just give me one moment, okay? I made a change to my scan. I had a 10-minute delay. I put a 5-minute delay instead. I wanted to maybe see if that would make a bit of a difference. Catch, oh, obviously would catch it earlier. And there's the Corvo, guys. There's the CRVO. And yes, I took it. Okay. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. I changed it from 10 minutes down to 5 minutes as a delay. And now it's just got halted. Gee, I feel like PJ singling out one stock that might run. Okay, now I've got to another one that I'm in on a halt. And this scan really produced in the afternoon too. It took, the ones in the morning, some of them were okay, but it's really produced in the afternoon. Yeah, that looked pretty up. Well, the market was firing just before the open. Now we got two big giant red bars for some reason. Cart, Maple Bear. What do these guys do again? Grocery delivery and pickup services. Okay. Well, I had actually put a 10-minute delay on this. I was taking them earlier if I could find, like at 10 minutes. This is the only one that I look at. But what I did is I dropped it to 5. Just to show you what I'm talking about. Configure all. Okay. Edit selected. So I had put time of day. What that 5 minutes means. Don't show me alert until at least 5 minutes after the market open. Okay, the 9:30 open. I had that at 10. So for you guys, if you load it from my homepage, you won't see any alerts yet. But I decided this morning, actually last night, I said, you know what? I'm going to reduce it to 5 and see what happens. So I'm glad I did. Well, I'm making an exception on that scan, the reversal scan. I guess I am making an exception on that reversal scan. And it's the only 3 alerts so far in it. I'm not looking at those shorts. They're too cheap for me. Ugly. No, look at it walk. Going back to where it deserves to. FVRR. Boy, this is really, look at wow. This got some room, guys. 11:30 is the next high. So not quite $1 to the next high in the daily chart. It's taken out last week's high, of course. On the weekly chart, yeah, it's about the same in terms of the next high. So there is some room. Don't know why it's moving like this. Is this percent right? I'm looking at my IB and it says the SPY's up, unless that's wrong. Unless I'm on a delay on that. I don't think I am, but What do you guys have the SPY? What is it up right now in terms of dollar amount? $340. Okay, so that is yeah. So this number, I mean, this is run. I mean, it's very fast, of course. So you're in that ballpark. Interesting, because the SPY, I must be on a delay or something. No, I don't understand. This number is right, and that's what in Interactive Brokers is telling me, but it's saying it's up 5.7% or $5.60 instead of this. Oh well, it doesn't. I guess it doesn't really matter, but yeah, exactly, Ovi. That's what I mean. The number is correct. This number is correct, but what is that based on? Like, what is that number based on? I mean, it's supposed to be based on the close of yesterday at 4 o'clock, but anyway, I better keep an eye on the Corvo. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, which it is not going to be a 5-minute halt. Well, I think I'm okay. Guys. CRVO, it was halted at 9:36 and plus 19 seconds. So normally they are 5-minute halts. I'm not sure why this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. So that'll open at 9:46 plus 19 seconds. So far, so good. There's the halt price, 547. Potential open, which would make me extremely happy. So what I'm showing you guys here, this is a from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales. So when a stock is halted, it shows up in red. And then this column, I'm trying to show you where it could open. It doesn't have to open, of course, at this price. But what you do want to see if you're in this stock, you want to see a number greater than the halt price. So far, so good. So again, that's the only one on the long side. Anything in powder blue is a suggestion to go long. Everything else is a yellow is a suggestion to go short, but they're so cheap. I'd like to see a more expensive one. Well, I do see that our AI is working today. We had a delay yesterday. The name of that scan alert? Okay, it's on my homepage. Just give me a moment. I'll go over my homepage in a lot more detail in about 15 minutes from now, but I'll put this in the rooms right now if you want that scan. So if you go to my homepage and you scroll down a little bit until you see the scan section right here, and it's called daily reversals, daily trend reversals. That's what it's called. Okay. Now you won't see all the ones that triggered earlier. You'll probably see the last one, which would be the GRI. Okay, but you won't see the ones earlier than that. That's because you're just loading the scan now. Okay. And this is the repeating version. Okay. So you see how Corvo kept making high after high after high. This is, I always like to look at this one though later. This is the don't repeat version. So this is showing me the first time, the price, the price, 510, and the first time of the alert. So I can go back and say, well, what happened from there? Okay. You don't have to have that, but I always like to have that right beside the other one, which is basically telling me over and over again, what is happening with the stock. All right, we are now, so in 19 seconds, a little less than 19 seconds from now, hopefully this is going to open. And it's just getting better and better, guys. It's just getting better and better. Come on. Oh, I'm going to have my finger on the submit button, though, just in case it takes a header down. I don't think it will. No, it didn't. Yeah. Okay, I have, well, I was going to take some off, but I'm just going to let it, maybe a dip to the 630s. I'm going to take some off. Okay, I've just taken some off, guys. What a move. I did. Oh, I thought I did. Just go to my home page, okay? And it's called Daily Trend Reversals. Go to my home page, go down to the scan section, and it's called Daily Trend Reversals. Now, remember, just because I get an alert in there, it doesn't mean that I'm going to be all over it. The CRVO, though, is one we talked about in the pre-market. So I definitely hopped on that one almost immediately because it had all sorts of room. QTEX is just showing up in that scan. Would I take it now? No. The reason being is that the next high is too close for me, in my opinion. Doesn't mean it's going to stop there, but that's why I'm not going to take this one. Had the next high been up here at $3, a little over $3, and we're getting the alert at 238, sure, I'd probably just hop into the trade. I have a lot of faith in this daily trend reversal, but it's still, you know, my rules still have to apply. I have to see room for the stock to move. All right, guys, that is it. That is it for me and the Cuervo. What a pop! Almost got up to 7. Again, these are not, for me, these are not, I mean, I have to see what the chart tells me. And it just got halted on the way down. So hopefully if you took this one, you got out because it just got halted on the way down. So somebody says, well, how long are you going to hold these? I don't know. I mean, it depends on what the chart action is. All right, well, on to the next one. So Cass got halted. Ooh, on the way up? No, on the way down. Okay, Cass got halted on the way down. Yeah, so the SpaceX now, maybe it's found a base at 180, maybe. So if you think that is the case, SPCH, this is a way in which you can partake in trading it a lot cheaper, and you'll get double the move. Okay, so if SpaceX moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. Still down for the day, of course, because so SpaceX right now is down about 5.5%. The stock. This is why this is down double that. So again, that daily trend reversal, this is what it looks for. It looks for a stock that was down the day before. So you can see what happened here. The CRVO down the day before. It had to be down at least, had to close at least down 5%. Okay. Then there are other filters involved, but it has to get the trigger, it has to be above yesterday's high. And that is what I'm calling a daily trend reversal. Other triggers are in place, but that's one of the main ones. It has to be above yesterday's high, has to be up at least 1% today, has to have a certain volume, relative volume, etc. Which of course, so CRVO fed everything. And this is the reverse. Okay. Again, I don't take these really cheap ones. This is on the short side. So you can see this was up at least 5% yesterday, and now it's down today. It's a daily trend reversal. But I also tend to look at this like a watch list. Okay. For instance, the SHPH, excuse me, it may turn into a bounce play for me. There was a reason why it was up yesterday. So it may turn into a bounce play for me. Now, this just showed up. Okay. Now, would I take Bed Bath and Beyond? No. It did get above yesterday's high briefly, but also there's the 200-day moving average. I would not take this trade. Okay, it's too close. For me, it's too close. We had a couple of highs that are close, and the 200-day moving average. It's only 20 cents away. So I'm not taking that trade. Just because I get it in the scan doesn't mean I just blindly take every trade that comes in. Now, this may burst through all of this, but it doesn't matter. If it does, it does. Oh, I see why you're talking about the ATPC. Yeah, first of all, it was an AI alert. Yeah, I see it here too. ATPC is here. Now, I have not taken an ETF from that scan on the upside. Okay, but this is one SMCX Nuke. Sorry, not Nuke. I'm surprised. CRVO, after getting halted on the way down pretty dramatically, actually has had a decent recovery. I'm a little surprised. So there are a couple of reasons I wouldn't take this one either right now. It's too close to 10. Okay. For me, that's a very psychological number. I know this is an ETF for SMCI, but it's too close to 10. And for me, that's a very psychological number to try to get through. The next high is 976. So I'm just not going to take that. We got the alert at 976 because it was right there. Okay. That's why we got the alert. But then if you look left, the next high is 1043. Now that would be far enough away, but I have this, have a problem trying to take something and get through that psychological number of 10. Another way of explaining all this, it seems counterintuitive, but I look for reasons not to take a trade more than reasons to take a trade. Okay, guys. Well, while I'm waiting, I know I usually do this at 10 o'clock, but a little bit early. I'm going to go over my homepage. Just before I do that, I'm just okay. All right, guys. Let me put my homepage link in. And we'll go over my homepage, including all the scans you can have, and including obviously the daily trend reversal. Doesn't give too many alerts usually, which is exactly what I want. I don't want to be inundated with alerts. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. At the very top, as always, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, okay? You can use my promo code, Barry15. The volume on the chat notifications is a bit too loud. I'm not sure I know what you mean. You mean in here? I don't know what you mean. And I'm not sure I can control it. It might be controlled on your end. So using my code, you can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription, okay? And it doesn't matter what plan you pick, either the standard or the premium service. And all I ask is this: if you take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Why? I'm moderating 2 trading rooms, the YouTube room and the main room, the trading room, as I call it. Well, that's what it's called right here. And the company tracks the use of promo codes. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. So if you're in YouTube right now, wondering about what I'm talking about in terms of a trading room, you can come in here. It's free also. And a couple of benefits. This is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for a room and a lot more interaction amongst traders also. So if you're looking for interaction amongst traders during the pre-market, pre 9:30, you can come into this room. Obi opens it up. Thank you, Obi, for doing that at 6:45. I don't live in Vancouver. Too early for me, so that's why he does it. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. Okay, so you can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a lot more interaction, you can also post links in this room. You cannot do that in YouTube, but it's up to you. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but again, both rooms are free. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week right here, the trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. So if you click on my homepage link, and a couple of things. If you just take out a subscription or you're thinking about it, click on the education section, go to the more info, click on more info, and down here to the getting started with trade ideas. So this is mandatory. If you're just taking out a subscription, this is mandatory to do. 12 short videos to get you started, okay? But if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the product, not necessarily is this product right for you. Well, at least what you should do is go to the second video, go to the end. That'll give you an idea about what the capabilities of the program are, okay? And it may or may not be what you want. But so before you take out a subscription, you should at least do this so you have an idea of what you're getting into, okay? And if you're new to trading, this is for you. Back to basics, 15 free videos for those of you who are new to trading. And last, my scans. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So this is the large cap gainers right here. This race over here is a more volatile race. I'll go over this in a bit. Upside versus downside movers is that more of a compare count window. All real-time alerts though. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. Pulse resumes over here. Here are some other scans that I currently am sharing. I do not have them up and running, but I am sharing them. And then, of course, this is the one, the daily trend reversals that I'm really paying a lot of attention to. You do not get very many alerts. So far, this is it for the day. And what I did, if you load it from my homepage, you don't have to do this, but I did make a change. From my homepage, you would not get an alert until at least 9:40. Notice I'm getting an alert at 9:35. I made a change. I said, okay, only delay it for 5 minutes. Now, when I say delay, I don't mean that these are real-time alerts. It's just that I don't want. Listen, you could even take that out. If you want to get alerts right on the market open, I mean it. It might get very noisy though. But that's up to you. You can always experiment. Just out of curiosity, what would have happened? So I would have seen the Cuervo CRVO probably at around $9.46, $6. Okay, so it wouldn't have been terrible. So I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that, Monica. The volume on the chat notifications is a bit too loud. I don't know how I control that. If I can, it's probably controlled on your end, but I'm not sure I know what you mean. You're not talking about. I mean, this only happens in the pre-market when I post. When I post things in the alert section. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. Do you guys get a ping every time somebody posts something? I don't. I don't on my end. What do I think of Bamba in our YouTube room? What do I think of Cast? Well, I know it's been on an amazing run. So right now, I mean, if you're looking to go long, I'd probably wait for it to see if that you'd be giving up a lot. But I mean, there's the VWAP right there. Right now, to me, it's very choppy for Cast. Yeah, I'm not sure how to help you, Monica. It sounds like it's something only on your end. Like each individuals can control that, I guess. I'm not sure. So I mean, Cast is. I mean, you could have maybe. I mean, obviously, it's been a nice bounce from 920. It's just been on an amazing run. I mean, a tremendous run from 50 cents all the way up to $12 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, not even 5 days. Is this just happening today, Monica, or has this been a sort of an ongoing situation for you? At any rate, I don't think there's nothing on my end that I can do. Just today, really. Okay. Nothing on my I haven't made any changes at all to anything. So I'm not sure how I could even possibly help you. Sorry. So here's a nuke, guys. SMR. And let's take a look at NLR. See if there's any volume yet in it. Still no volume, but it is I mean, it's been choppy. This is the ETF for the uranium and nukes sector. Yeah, so SpaceX seems to be really trying to hold 180 now. I may regret not taking the SMCX, but I've got to stick to what my feel for it. Okay, I may regret it though. Really, my voice was extremely loud when I first spoke. Hmm. I haven't changed a thing. I haven't changed any settings on my mic. What do I recommend? If you have our program, using the simulator, Dave. Okay, practice trading using our simulator. That's why we have it. Um, it's part of the standard service. So if you click on new and then brokerage plus. So okay, first of all, can you see what I'm doing? Okay, so you should practice trading in the simulator, number one. Okay, so if you click on new and then brokerage plus, just got to find out where it popped up. So this is what it looks like, okay? And here's how you can practice trading. Now, the first thing you have to do is where it says brokers, make sure you're connected to paper trading, okay? See, right now I've disconnected. So if I go back to brokers, trade ideas, paper trading, connect. Now you are connected to the paper trader. Now, the paper trader uses our real-time data, so it is very tries to mimic as best we can to what would happen if you were attached to a real account. Now, if you've never traded before, well, the other thing, when you say, okay, so you haven't done the videos yet, well, certainly look at the 15 videos. Now, you may not have to look at the first one, okay? Because I mean, it says, what is a stock? But the big deal about trading is understanding how to read a chart, in my opinion, anyway. I mean, there's two huge aspects of trading: money management, but reading a chart. So, if you were listening to me earlier, I mean, I got the CRVO. I loved it. I loved it. We were talking about it in the pre-market, but I loved it because when we look left, look at all the room it has. This is what I do. Okay, not necessarily that's what all sorts of different trading styles. Okay, this is what I do. Most of the stocks that I see, based on this scan anyway, stock is going to be at the high of the day. Okay, so it's a momentum move. That's not necessarily what everybody wants to do. Some people like to trade pullbacks to a certain level. Okay, either the VWAP or a moving average, etc. You won't know what you like until you start practicing a little bit. Okay, the fact that I like to see stocks typically near the high of the day, and but doesn't mean just because the stock's at the high of the day I just pile into it. But I digress. Why I like this the CRVO is because when I looked left, the next high, we got the alert at 510. The next high was way up here at 740. So that's a ton of room for a stock to be before it hits that next high. I'm not saying it's going to hit the high, but what I try to do is take out one of the reasons why a stock won't keep going higher if I'm going long is chart resistance. And so I always look left and I want to find out where that next high is. And if it's too close to the current price, I'm not going to take it because I always think that next high looking left could stop the stock from moving higher. Does it happen all the time? Of course not. But that's just the way I look at it. So when I look at the BBY, the same thing, when I looked at the Best Buy, sorry, not Best Buy, sorry, Best Buy, Bed Bath and Beyond, we had that alert and it was at 624. The next high, the next high was up here and plus the 200-day moving average. Too close for me to take the trade. The next high was only about 20 cents away. And plus that blue line you see there is something that is probably the most followed indicator in general, certainly on a daily chart. That's the 200-day moving average. That could easily act as resistance. So you see what I'm saying? You have to be able to, you click on an alert, and then you have to be able to, fairly quick, well, as you get some practice, size up what you're seeing on the chart. And that will help you make up your decision, make up your mind whether or not you want to take the trade or not. But you can see that it's not going to happen overnight. And again, this happens to be my trading style. It may not be what you like. Many people would rather they'd rather look at this one and go, well, I'm going to wait for this one to pull back to a certain level. What that level is can be based on some trading experience that you've generated over time. And then to use to use our simulator, let's just say I wanted to take a Cuervo right now. Okay, I click on the alert. You see it right there. If I thought it was setting up, then I just click on, say, 500 shares. And why is there no bid ask? Oh, that's because it's halted. Phew, that's because it's halted. Okay, let's do another one. Just give me one moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. So let me pick another one. You can't trade this because it's halted, but let's take another one. How about the CLWT? I'm just showing you how to use the simulator. Okay, you click on an alert. The stock shows up or the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want. You can either from the drop down or type it in. I'll pick 400 shares. You have to expand this so I can see the send. Don't worry about this. You won't get that message. So I'm going to buy it and then send it. Now I'm in the trade. Okay. Now I'm in the trade. See, on it's just this is in the simulator. These other ones were something I obviously did something like this a while back, just to show you how it can be done. Okay, but you've got to practice trading. You've got to try to figure out what makes sense to you, your trading style. You won't know, of course, until I don't know if you've done for sure. Do those videos, okay? The 15. You might not have to do the first one or several of them, but certainly, understanding how to read a chart, absolutely key. How interesting is this? So this is showing up. Look at CRVO now, guys. Now I'm not in it anymore, unfortunately, but and I couldn't have held on. I mean, that was a massive drop, 670 down to 537. But look at it now. And again, it had news. That's another thing. I mean, I don't want to get too seduced by the news and all that, but it was pretty good news. Anything to do with Alzheimer's, dementia, and so it's going to be eye catching. And we knew about that, of course. We knew about that because if you remember, for anybody, I get on the mic usually between 9 and 9:15. I do my best. There's things that I have to do now in the like personally, so I'm not able to 100% be on the mic at 9 o'clock. But we were talking about the Cuervo CRVO in the pre-market, and I said this is one that I think we all should be watching. So this is before it hit that scan, and I'd said, if it breaks over 5. Based on the news and based on how much room it had, this is something I think we all should be watching. Now, I'm not telling anybody to take a trade or, you have to make up your mind. I know I made a stupid joke about it, Jose. Yes, I know. Jose Cuervo. Now, something as a new trader. Well, so I'm in Canada, Dave. So I'm a little bit limited, but you know what? I have a very strong bias towards Interactive Brokers. I mean, I'm limited to the number of brokers that I have access to, but I have had Interactive Brokers since 2016, so over 10 years now. Now, what we're finding, unfortunately, with Interactive Brokers, sometimes they're blocking us from buying some of these. I'm glad they didn't block me from buying Cuervo, CRVO, but sometimes they are blocking from buying certain stocks. They're very low float stocks. But does it bother me? Sometimes it's a good thing because some of these low float stocks, where I would have wanted to get into it, they dropped immediately. So, but as far as a platform that is reliable, I have had no problems with Interactive Brokers. But again, I'm in Canada, so if you're in the States, you have way more to choose from. I'm hearing good things about. TradeStation has always been one of the top brokers, I think, in the States. Yeah, so I'm going to pull back. I mean, again, I'm not that big of a pullback player, but I mean, here's the VWAP, but that'd be a pretty severe pullback, back down to 580. Yeah, so you have way more choices, but I mean, so Interactive Broker certainly is, very reliable, but I'd probably look into TradeStation. Yeah, okay, there you go, Aussie. And one of the things that Trade Ideas does is that we link with many brokers. So if I click on Tools and then External Linking, so this is what linking is. If you're like me, who is clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, what happens is I'm linked to my Interactive Brokers account. Doesn't mean I'm trading from within, okay? Interactive Trade Ideas. It just means I'm linked to my Interactive Brokers account, and you can link to TradeStation, okay, just as an example. And what that means is that when I click on a symbol, so I click on UBS, and it loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. So, in TradeStation, we can now do the same thing. They're sort of a new addition to that lineup. Okay, just give me a moment. And I personally cannot have TradeStation. It's not in Canada, but I wouldn't change. I would not switch. I mean, I'm just so used to IB and okay, guys. Now here's something else that again, if you're a new trader, um, I'm going to go over this race, and the reason I'm going to go over the race is that you notice that it creates a top 10 list for you. Both of these races, okay, top 10 lists. And how does that happen? So, first of all, the concept of racing. I'm just going to put the homepage link in so I can show you, because in the user guide, there's a whole section on racing. So if you go down and click on the education section again, click on the more info, and at the top here is the user guide. So click on the user guide. So everything I'm going to talk about is right here in TI Stock Racing. So again, if you're new to all this, new to trade ideas, don't get hung up on the user guide, all this information. You don't have to learn everything, okay? It's like any other software program. There's a lot in it, but it doesn't mean you have to learn everything about the program. Obviously, in the 12 short videos, we go over alert windows and top list windows, but this is a lot more detail. I mean, at least I would look at that. But here's TI Stock Racing, and listen, stock racing may not be for everybody, but I'm going to go over it. So what you're seeing here, and first of all, I'm running a 4-minute race, and everything is customizable. Okay, you want to run a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, a 3-minute race. That's up to you. And what that means is when the race is over, and it's another minute and 15 seconds. When it's over, another race will start immediately. Another 4-minute race will start. So what do these percentages mean? This means that since the race started, AHMA has moved 1.96%. Not a huge number. We'll see a lot more. We'll see bigger percentage moves in this race than this one over here. I'm just waiting to see when really pops. But the bottom line is this: if you see something that's leading a race, click on it and see what's happening. So here's the AIIO. Now, does this mean you pile into the trade? No, not necessarily. I mean, if it's setting up the way you like to trade, maybe. But you can also see stocks that have pulled back. Okay, these are not necessarily stocks at the high of the day. This could have been a stock that is pulled back, maybe got into the VWAP and then bounced. Could have been. You don't know until you click on the symbol to see. ATPC might be a good example. Well, sort of. I mean, this is an AI alert. Look at what it did. It got all the way up here, got down below the VWAP, and then look, there's the VWAP, that purple line there. And maybe that's going to act as support, and maybe it's going to go on another run. You don't know. No, there's nothing 100%, of course, in trading. In this case, that would have been an excellent look, taking out the VWAP. So this race is over. So what these numbers mean, beside the stock, is that CDT won 8 races today, WKSP 4 races, etc. There's a top 10 list automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Why is that good? Well, then this can give you some focus. Just concentrate on these stocks all day long. Okay, instead of looking at all sorts of different symbols all day long, because I mean, it can get overwhelming, especially if you're new. But even if you're not new, this can give you some great focus. Nice watch list that is automatically built for you. So CDT, click on it, see what's happening. I mean, we don't know. I mean, this could have been coming into the VWAP and holding and then bouncing. Okay, you don't know, but later on in the day, maybe it takes out the VWAP, that purple line. So maybe, put a price alert there. Let's see if it does that later on in the day. I mean, it's still up 82%. It is fading right now, but you never know. WKSP, let's see what's happening. Again, hanging around the VWAP, pretty choppy in my opinion, but it's hanging around the VWAP. And the Corvo took a big jump. Well, here you go. I mean, it already has had the big pop and then the drop, okay? And now another big pop, now another drop. I mean, some of you might look at that and go, okay, there's the VWAP, 576, or maybe 6, the whole number holds it. But it is halted right now, isn't it? So here's the potential open, 586, and that would be just around the VWAP. You might look at that and go, okay, let's see if it really holds the VWAP, access support, and bounces off it again. Or if you had shorts, I don't have shorts available, you might look at that and go, well, if it takes out the VWAP in a big way, I may short it. I don't have shorts available for it. So that, now, if you see a start, you don't have to wait for a race to be over, of course, for you to click on it. If you see it, obviously click on the ones that, now here's a nice percentage move. Here's UXIN. Let's take a look at it. See what's happening. I mean, it's sort of hanging around the VWAP. I mean, it doesn't look that nice to me. I mean, it's sort of a, up and down trend, very choppy. But until you click on it, you won't know until you click on it. And some of you might look at this and go, I love it. Maybe it meets your trading style. So anything you see in a list here, click on it. See what's happening. This NIXS could be interesting. I mean, there's the VWAP trying to hold it, 110. Looking left, what do we see? So right off the bat, would I take this trade? No. Look at the weekly chart. There's a high right there, 116, where it's kind of at. And then right next to it, another high of 119. So I would not take that trade unless it probably got over 120. And then would I still take the trade? Then I look on the monthly chart. Now, you see, to me, there's just not enough room for this stock to keep going until it hits all these little highs. So it becomes something I don't want to trade. That doesn't mean that, NIX is not just going to take off. But it'll be doing it without me. So why are these stocks showing up here? All races start from a top list window. So I'm going to open the top list. So what I did was I right-clicked in the body of the race and option here, open the top list. So all races start from a top list window. If I right click in this race and this top list window, notice there's an option that says launch real-time stock race. So all races start from a top list window that you create. This is what I've created. So why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? If I right click and configure. So I'm looking for stocks between $150, minimum 200,000 shares have traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, it's going to show up in this list. It's number one. And now I've sorted on the change from yesterday's close. That's what that C% means. I've sorted on it. I can sort on any column header I've got, and I've sorted on the change from yesterday's close. CRVO up 68% from yesterday's close. ATPC 47%, etc., all the way down here. So there's no question that we'll probably see in this race all day long these ones that are near the top, because these stocks are really being followed. all around the world. Okay, literally. But what the race doesn't care where the stock is in the list of stocks. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise since the race started. So, let's take a look at something. Well, we were looking at the AHMA before. It's up 6.8%. But what if all of a sudden, it was up 7%, 8%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list? How would you know? You wouldn't, what are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks all day long to see what ones are moving? Well, that's what the race does for you. The race doesn't care where it is here. All it cares about is what's moving the most. So you will see a stock, you could see a stock that, wow, look at this one starting to move. We're like up maybe even to the top of the leaderboard. And that is what the race does for you. Because a lot of people say, well, I don't want to see stocks near the, that are at the top here, which I think is a mistake. I mean, it's surprising. This is normally, when we're looking at this list, there are stocks up 100%, 200%, sometimes 300%, even more. Okay. And just because a stock is up 100% doesn't mean by the end of the day, it could still be up 200%, because these are stocks that are like very, very active and in play. So this is a bit of an interesting day, because there's not one. I mean, look, 67% is awesome. Don't get me wrong. But, many days we see stocks that are up, again, 100, 200, 300%. So that's the idea. Okay. And so hopefully it starts to make some sense, that you may look at this and go, well, I don't like that price range. I don't like that minimum volume. I don't like this. I don't like that. Well, you can always change it. Construct your own top list window with your own set of parameters. If you have any trading experience, you might look at this and go, well, I wouldn't mind adding some of the filters that I'm used to. You can do that, of course. So your race will be based on your set of parameters. Now, you'll notice this race is very different. This is a large cap race. Typically, I'm not saying it's rare, but not often do we get a stock that's moved even 1% in this race. Why? I'm going to right click. I'm going to open this top list. First thing that you'll see is that this list is a lot less than this list over here. Why? Well, I'll show you what I'm looking for. So I have a different price range, 10 and 70, but this is the same, the 200,000 shares and up 2% from yesterday's close. But these three filters right here. So the float has to be at least 50 million shares. The market cap has to be at least 500 million. And then this is the one that's probably stopping for most stocks from showing up. This position in days range. Okay, so we have a lot of great position in range filters. And this is one I use all the time, the position in the days range. So what does that 95 mean? So if you had a daily candle, which is, there's a day's candle, right? So if I had 100 there, that would mean the stock would have to be right at the high of the day. So at 95, it means it's going to be close to the high of the day. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so every stock I'm seeing here, RKT, it's going to be near the high of the day. You can see right there. In fact, it's right at near the high of the day. That's what I want to see. And look, by the way, look how the list expanded. On a day where the market's up, 5% or whatever, you would expect, or 5 points, excuse me. But sometimes you look at this list and there's only 2 or 3 stocks in it. And now it doesn't mean that those 2 or 3 stocks are the only ones for the day. Stocks will come in and out of this list all day long. Okay, as they meet filter requirements, they'll get added. And as they stop meeting filter requirements, they'll be deleted automatically. You don't have to do it, of course. So again, this is not a static list. See, it just right before your eyes, you see how many stocks dropped? And that's more than likely because they're not in that 95%, or maybe they're not up 2% anymore. They have to be still up 2% from yesterday's close. Same thing, you can always, this EQPT is up 12% from yesterday's close, 12.5%. Now, this race is going to be really interesting, especially if the market is down. I mean, the market's not down today, because when you see stocks in here and the market is down, it's very interesting because that means that these are running counter to the market. If the market's down, typically large cap stocks are down, but that would mean that these stocks, for whatever reason, maybe it's an earnings play, maybe they have some news on their own. I'm not saying today is not a day where the market's down, but this can be a really interesting race when the market is down, because these stocks would be running counter to what the market is doing. And still a top 10 list is built. So if you're starting out trading, I would probably look at this race instead of this race. The reason being is that while this race will show you the stocks that are just moving like crazy percentage-wise, they're volatile. There's no minimum float. There's no minimum market cap. They don't have to be near the high of the day, things like that. So yes, you can get some dramatic percentage moves, but with those big dramatic percentage moves up can come even more dramatic percentage moves down. Okay. And I'm not saying that these are not volatile at all, but they're less volatile than this one. Typically you're not going to see giant candles, okay, in this particular scan or this race. So just another idea, okay, of how to use trade ideas. And again, I know I sort of repeat myself, but it creates a top 10 list for you of stocks that you can follow all day long and figure out maybe a way to trade them. So again, guys, both rooms, both YouTube and the main room, they're both trading rooms, but they're support rooms. So believe me, I enjoy the questions. Keeps me more engaged. Okay, now LZB. See, this is the reverse. Okay, the trend reversal. Stock was up yesterday, down today. Okay. Now, the issue I've got with it right now is the spread, 39.45, 39.71. 30 cents, well, not quite a 30-cent spread. The spread is not great. That's the difference between the bid and the ask. Here's the bid, the ask. It is not great. So if I wanted to short this and I wanted to get it immediately, and I'd have to take it at 39.45. And then my P&L would show a loss already. Because what it's at least I think I know a lot of brokers programs would go, well, if you took this short at 39.45, they'd be saying, well, if you wanted to get out, you could only get out for sure at 39.71, obviously a loss. But so that probably, I'd love to do it because look at the room it's got, 34.90. It's got all that room. It may not matter, but because it's the same idea. Now, again, if you're new and you're wondering about shorting, don't. Okay, I know shorting is sort of an alien concept to a lot of you, but just think of it this way: when you short, you hope the stock goes down in price. When you buy a stock, going long, you hope it goes up in price. That's a real simplistic way of looking at it. So you short a stock, you hope it goes down. You make money in that way. This would be just primo because of the so the same concept. If I'm shorting a stock, remember, I'm hoping it goes down. So the next thing I'm doing, I'm looking left to see, well, where is the next low? That's at $35. The stock's at 39. There's $4 difference right there. Now again, when I say looking left and I see a price, it doesn't mean it's going to get there. It just means I've taken one aspect of why the stock wouldn't move down out of the equation, which is, for me anyway, where is that next low looking left on the daily chart? but my problem is the spread. Well, I see that SpaceX could not hold 180. It got up to about 183 or so, maybe even 184, and then dropped again right back down to 178. Oof. For Tesla, William, I know you trade Tesla every single day. Was that for Tesla? Well, I'm glad it didn't hurt you. Well, of course, this is a marvelous one from our AI guys, ATPC. And okay, this is great. I can do my video on this one because I love doing the videos on when with the AI. Now, I want to see how the rest of them have worked. 3, 207. Yeah, so the rest of them. So if you have our AI guys, make sure that you've got the reentry price column and you understand how to use it. Okay. Now, I to be perfectly fair, well, the BFLY is working a little bit. This one is not 657. Not well. It might have worked for a while. So look at the ATPC. So the original alert price was at 358, and from there the stock, you could have made money. Okay, definitely you could have made money because there's the little up arrow. So at 358, before it pulled back at all, this got up to 459. But look what happened. It hit the stop afterwards. But obviously, if you have any trading sense at all, you'd never let that happen. I mean, you would have made good money and sold it on the way down and not allow yourself to get stopped out for a loss. But remember how the reentry works. So if a stock here is the 358, that was the initial alert price. There was the stop at 347. If a stock hits the stop at any time during the day, anytime, and it gets halfway between the original entry price or alert price and that stop price, in this case, that's 353, that would have given you another opportunity to either, well, maybe you didn't take the trade the first time, or if you did and you got stopped, well, again, you should not have got stopped out. But you can take the trade right here at 353, halfway between. You'll get an alert. And obviously, in this case, 353, and before it pulled back at all, got up to 585. So in this case, that worked fantastically well. This, 753, I mean, it's 759 now. I mean, you never know. I mean, maybe this is going to get going again. These did not work. At least right now, they're not working. 7207, this was to go short for AAMI. And, the stock's at 7. So right now, but I don't know what happened. It's possible it dipped down below 72. I think it might have even gone down to 7166. But anyway, the bottom line is keep an eye on the reentry column, okay? If you don't have, and if you don't, if you have our AI, this is all I would look at all day long, okay? Do not go to the channel, the AI channel. It's way too complicated, in my opinion. This is all you need if you have the AI. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Notice the first alert. The first alert you'll get would be 9:40. Don't necessarily get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest you'll get an alert, and that's by design. So there was one at 9:40, 9:41, 9:43. How many alerts a day? It changes, of course, from day to day. I would say that less than 10 is probably the norm. Okay, so you just subscribed. Okay. So the first thing is, General, did you do the 12 short videos? Now I can give you, you won't see this. I can give you the scans and things that you see here. Now there, you can load them from my homepage. Okay. But when you say you just subscribed, this is mandatory. You do this first. Okay. I don't know if you've done it. If you've done it, fine. But if you haven't done this, then please do this first. So click on my homepage link, scroll down a bit, get down to the education section right there. Click on the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas. Yeah, okay, but you downloaded that's fine. You've got the program, so you might not have to do the login, but you have to do this, the getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos. Now, if you've already done the login, that's fine, but this is mandatory you do this, okay? Because you'll save yourself a lot of time. Just give me a moment. Okay, so that is the first thing you have to do if you've just taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas, okay? So I don't know if you've done that. You know, I explained it. Okay, please do that, okay? The videos are short, okay? But they'll give you an idea about what the trade, what it's all about. I'm just wondering, is there any, you obviously, is this the first time you've been in this room? Because what I usually tell people is before you take out a subscription, you know, you can look at these videos to make sure it's a program you might want. Now you've already taken it, but that's fine. Do you have any trading experience also? Are you brand new to trading also? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure what you're seeing on YouTube. You know, it depends what you're looking at. Oh, okay, so you have trading experience. Great. Okay, that's perfect. But I'm not sure what when you say on YouTube. So what, you want these? You want these two races, and you want the Halts resumes, like what you're seeing here. This is what you want. This is my layout. Okay, it's not exactly a channel, but this is my layout. But this is what you can do. I'm sharing a lot of different types of scans. So if you click on my homepage link, just to get you set up afterwards, and you click on the view scans. Well, I can't speak for the Stock Rocks channel. Okay, I mean I don't know that. That's not I don't know that one. But there are lots of these are the scans that I've got that I can share with you. These are two races. Okay, the large cap race right here. This is the volatile race right here. Upside versus downside movers. I mean, these are stocks. These are momentum stocks moving either up or down. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This is the one that I've been talking about all day. You know, the daily trend reversals right here. And you might want to take a look at the momentum scan. Okay, this is a momentum scan. This is a gap scanner, continuation or reversal. These are stocks that are gapping up and they may move moving down, or they've gapped down and they may be moving up, or they've gapped up and they kept moving up, or they've gapped down and they kept moving down. This is you know, you can take a look at that. So, so you can see the different scans that I have that I am currently sharing. I don't have any of these up and running. I only have what you see here, plus the daily trend reversals. Now, calling out movers. When you say calling out, what do you mean by that exactly? Well, that's a lot of information coming at you. It's hard for me to read that. That is a lot of information coming at you. In my opinion, way too much. Okay, you're get overwhelmed with information. In my opinion, I mean, you might want to pick and choose a couple, but I mean that is just you'll get inundated with information all day long. I like to phrase it like this: you'll click like mad on all these symbols all day long and get nothing done. But you can create. Well, it looks like trade ID. It looks like I don't know who it is though. I mean, I have no idea who that is. General. It looks like whoever that person is using trade ideas. It looks like our scans, but I mean that's a lot of information. I mean, I just wouldn't recommend. I mean, you might want to pick and choose, but you can create your own. You say you've got some trading experience, okay? You can, just so you understand. Okay, I have one. Okay, I just loaded an alert window just to show you. If I right click on this alert window that's called Momo, okay? But I'm going to click on the search. You say you have some trading experience. So you can always put your own scan together of what you're looking for. So when you see these icons, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Right at the very top here, new high and new low of the day. Now, as you can see, and that's typically what I use. I don't use, I mean, there's a lot of real-time alerts. So again, not necessarily yourself, but other people looking at this maybe for the first time, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. You don't have to learn them all. But if you have any trading experience, you might want to just scroll down and say, oh, I know what that means. I know what that means. Okay. And then you keep scrolling down until you get these filters. These are the filters that we've got. Typically, the filters, well, then it makes sense. You might have a price range you would like to trade. You might have a minimum volume that you want to see. We've got a very powerful filter called the relative volume. So you can construct your own scan based on your filters. And then a trigger. A trigger meaning, okay, if all the filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day or a new 5-minute high or a new 5-minute low, I mean, we have all these different real-time alerts. You can create your own scan based on your set of parameters. So you don't have to follow, what I've got. I mean, I'm sharing what I've got, but they may not, and you can always adjust them, to what you want to see. So for instance, show you this. So, in this scan, I'm looking stocks between $2 and $60. You might look at that and go, I don't like that. I want 1 to 10. I want 50 to 1,000. I have 150,000 minimum. I want more than that. I want less than that. I guarantee that most of the time it's going to be way more, but relative volume of 3, that means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Things like that. You can take my scans and adjust them to what you want in terms of your set of parameters. So, like you might like the idea of a daily trend reversal, but you want to have a different price range. Okay, let me make sure. I'll just pick one. I want to make sure. Which one were you trying to load, General? You're talking about from my list of scans? Okay, so let me just give me a moment, Bamba. And somebody asked about how to short. Okay, let me just continue on though. I will get to everybody's questions. So my guess, if you've just signed up, there could be a couple of things happening. But first of all, I just want to make sure that the scan is not broken. I don't think it is. Just tell me which one. So which one did you try? Just let me know. I want to make sure it's not broken. I don't think it is, but just want to make sure it's not broken. Which one did you try? The first one? Okay, so the large cap gainers. Okay, open the scan, and it is definitely not broken. Highlight it. File, load from cloud. And there it is. Okay, so I know it's not broken. Okay, so a couple of things that could be happening. You say you're brand new. Can you see what I'm pointing at here? Right at the top here, the toolbar for trade ideas is the ball green. You see, I'm trying to point at a green ball. Is it green or is it red? Is it orange? It's got to be green, number one. That means you do have a connection. Number one. Can you see what I'm pointing at? Because it's possible you're just not connected correctly. Well, I can't tell from that. I can't tell from that. It looks like if you expand this, I mean, I see what you've got. You've got to idea surfing right there. But it looks like it's expanded enough that you should be able to see all this. So I don't think it's possible you just don't have a connection. Okay. A couple things will be happening. First of all, do this just out of curiosity. Click on account and click on reset connection several times. Would you even know this? Did you go to our dashboard? Okay. Would you know that? It's sort of like I don't want to call it the web-based version, but if you went to the dashboard and you're still connected there, but if you don't know what I'm talking about, then you probably didn't do that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, but it looked like it was dragged enough. I mean, if I shrink my toolbar enough, I mean, it looks like he's got it way far enough out. I mean, if I kept shrinking this, well, even there, but it looks like he has expanded enough that he should see all this over to the, to see where the ball is. So what I would do, General, okay, there's another thing that could have happened. You may have not have completed your exchange agreements correctly. It's possible. Because I don't know exactly what's going on, this is what I would do. Maybe to save us some time. If you go to info@trade-ideas.com, okay, you can't click on it, but you just send an email and give them your email address that you used to sign up for Trade Ideas, okay? And they'll look at your account to see what's going on, to make sure you're logged in correctly, okay? and to make sure that you filled in the exchange. Like one of the biggest problems can be the exchange agreements. People think the exchanges want to know whether or not you're a professional trader or not. And so you have to say no, no, no to all the exchanges. You may think you've done it, and I'm not saying you didn't, but it's very possible that that could be the reason. But they'll look at your account and they'll say, okay, here's why. Okay. And then you can come back. I can't do it. I don't have access to people's accounts. Okay. Otherwise, well, I'm sort of glad I don't. I could be doing that all day long. Okay. But that's, I can't do it. Okay, guys, I will be right back. Okay. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay. And I'll keep going and I'll help whoever, somebody wanted to know about the gap up and go and also for the pre-market and also had a short. So give me a moment. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Guys, I am back, but I do have to leave for another minute. Okay, I promise I'll get right back. All right, guys, I do apologize, but I am now back. I think you're right, William. I think you're right. I'm just reading your little comment there. Okay, so how do you set up the gap and go reversal for the pre-market? Well, I probably wouldn't use it in the pre-market. I would probably use. I mean, you can use something like what are you trying to do exactly? Because there are filters in there that are going to prevent anything from happening in the pre-market. Let me just load it, and I'll see what they are. Give me a moment as I find it. So the question was, how to use that gap and go scan in the pre-market. It's not designed for the pre-market, but ooh, wait a minute, that's not the right one. What's going on here? Hmm. Have I? Oh. I clicked on the wrong one. Just give me a moment. Yeah, the gap continuation. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Okay, so here it is. So here's the. Now I don't have this up and running, but let me just break one out, okay? Because there's going to be like the relative volume filter. You'd have to take that out, okay? Um, but let me just take out one of them and just to see what it looks like. Okay, so the stock. Yeah, so you see here, this is all. Remember what the gap is. The gap is the first trade of the day. Okay, the first trade of the day, and what was the gap? So obviously, the stock. This is based on 930. So you'd have to take that out. You'd have to take the open out. It's really not. It probably be. It, yeah, I don't know if we can actually do something like that in the pre-market. I mean, you can see stocks that are up the most in the pre-market or making new highs and or making new lows. But remember, the gap is the first trade of the day. Okay, that's the definition of the gap. So this cannot be used. Okay, I mean, you'd have to change virtually everything in it. Okay, so I'm actually not sure off the. Well, I personally, yeah, well, if you're asking me, do I consider the post and pre? Oh, absolutely, but it just not. I want to see stocks making highs or lows in the pre-market and the post now, but it's just not. It's just you cannot use this because basically you're changing everything because this is the gap from the open. Okay, either up or down. Remember, the definition of the gap is the first trade of the day. And so the market in theory has not opened yet in the pre-market. So I'm not sure you can actually do that. What you're looking for, see stocks like a gap up and then a gap down. I mean, obviously, what I also use is the pre and post market movers. I'm sorry, the pre market movers. And just because a stock could be up 200%, but if it could have already pulled back. I just don't think you can't do it like a scan that I'm aware of anyway in the pre-market. Okay, just let me ask or answer one person. Okay, Ahmed, I'm sorry. Are you still around? Are you still around, Ahmed? I know you asked about how do you short. Well, if you have a scan like that, then you can post it here, Unusual, and I'll post it in YouTube, and the guy can take a look at it. I appreciate that. I mean, I have the movers, I mean, I see the movers, but what he's looking for was like the alert window. Like I've got my gap continuation or reversal scan. Those are real-time alerts. And but because they're all based on the gap, which is the definition. But if you want to post that in here, I can I can take it and post it in YouTube, and you can take a look at it. Ahmed, are you around still? Maybe you're not around. I'm sorry. I know you asked the question at 10:47, and it's 11:22 now. I do apologize. What is the screen you have up with that red block to the far right? The red block to the far right. The red block to the far right. The red block to the far right. Oh, you're still around. Okay. Oh, I took it down. Okay. Oh, you mean it might have just been my gap scanner. I was just loading a momentum scan, or maybe that's all it was. Okay, so what is your real question? Is it like how do you short? How do you short? Is that your question? Really? Okay. So remember, here's ATPC. Okay. Now, typically, for the most part, what people want to do, they want to buy, they buy this at 462, okay, and they hope it goes up, and they sell it for a profit. Okay, that is, I would say, 95% of what people do or think about. But in your head, just flip it. If you short, you're basically saying, okay, I'm going to short it at 465, and I hope it goes down. And then when it goes down, you sort of buy it down at that low level, and that's your profit. I know it's just think of it just in like a different way. I'll demonstrate it. Now, the problem can be, though, is, for instance, ATPC. It all depends on your broker. Sometimes brokers don't have shorts available. So, for instance, I could not short this one, even if I wanted to, at Interactive Brokers. Doesn't mean your broker. I'm just using ATPC as an example. But if you're looking at large cap stocks, I mean, they virtually every broker will have shorts available. But that can be the trick. Will your broker have shorts available? All brokers are different. Some brokers will have shorts. Some brokers will not have shorts. It just depends on who your broker is, and it depends on the stock. Some brokers will have stock available, like E-Trade may have shorts available for this one, and then I could go to another one, and IB, what Interactive Brokers would have shorts available. Maybe E-Trade doesn't for a different stock. So it really depends, okay? Because, without getting into the mechanics, because what you're doing is you're borrowing and all this sort of stuff, let me just show you how you now, and again, how you actually short is depending on your broker. Now, for me in Interactive Brokers, I just hit the sell button. But some brokers, it might say, there may be the button that says short. I don't know. But let me just demonstrate in Brokers Plus and what it would look like. So let's say I looked at Mattel here and I said, you know what? Who's buying Barbies these days? So I'm going to say, okay, Mattel. So I loaded Mattel here. You're going to get an error. Just give me a moment. There's going to be an error message that pops up just because I'm on this development version, I think, and I don't know what's going on. I think Pepe explained it to me, something to do with well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, so if I want to short this, Mattel, okay, let's just say okay, I want to short this. I'm going to pick 400 shares, and I'm selling. Okay, you click the sell. This is in Interactive Brokers, and here, and I send it. And notice that what it says now. See, where is it, Mattel? And why is it not showing up? Oh, there it is. Sorry, there it is. So you see, it says minus 400. Now, again, it depends on your broker. I know that's how it's designated with IB also. So that tells me it's short, minus 400. Okay. So I entered this short at 14.18. What I hope now is for it to go down below 14.18. And if it does eventually go down, then what I do is I buy it. So I sold it, selling short the number of shares. And then if it goes down to where I want to take a profit, I buy it. To think of it this way, when you go long a stock, you buy it, goes up, hopefully making profit, and then you sell it. It's just sort of the reverse concept in your head. You sell it first. I know it sounds crazy. Okay. You're kind of borrowing it, but without getting into all the, you're just selling it first, and that creates that short position. That's the minus 400. And then you hope it goes down in price. And then if it goes down in price, you buy it at that price, and that's your profit. The difference is just like if you went long. If I had gone long this one at 14.18 and it goes up to 14.30 and I make 12 cents and I sell it, okay. If it goes down 12 cents, I buy it. I mean, depending on what, how much I'm willing to, how much I want to make on it, or what I'm seeing on the chart, am I going to run into some resistance of it moving down more? Does that all make sense? But that's the concept. You just hope, when you're short, you hope the stock goes down, and then you cover it, what's called covering it at a lower price, which you're buying it, and that's your profit. The difference between when you got into the trade and then where you get out. Now, obviously, you'll lose money. I mean, if here's my entry at 14.18, it's the same principle. You still have to have a stop. If this goes higher and higher, and I want to get out of the trade, well, I buy it, I'm going to take a loss. I have to cover my position. I'm taking a loss. Now, some people just don't want to short, which is fine. But does that kind of make sense? You're just sort of flipping the script in your head. When you buy a stock, typically you're hoping it goes up. You buy it, you hope it goes up, and if it goes up to a price that we want to get out, then you sell it. And when you're shorting, you just flip it. You sell it first, and you're borrowing it, you're selling it, and then hopefully it goes down, and then you buy it. That's how this works with Interactive Brokers, and this is the same this is in Brokers Plus. It's the same concept with Interactive Brokers, sell and buy. Some brokers may have short. I don't know. Maybe there's a button that says short. I can't speak for every broker. The price alert window? You mean this one? But I thought he said red. I'm sorry. I thought he said something with that red block. Oh, this one. This is just the price alert window. You're talking about this. I don't see the red block, but okay. This is just your price alert window. No, not your price alert window. This is my price alert window. Okay. It had a red block of data. Really? Well, I don't think this one has ever had a red block of data unless that's it. You're talking? Oh, okay. That just tells me the dollars from the alert price. So I put on, obviously not great. I mean, this is just a price alert. Okay. So cast, I put an alert at 19, must have been 1950 or 215. And it's $7 from there. I don't even pay attention to that, I have to admit. But this is just the price alerts window. And remember how to set a price alert. If I want to put a price alert for Mattel, or let's get another one. HQ, want to put a price alert for HQ, and it's running right now. So let's say I put a price alert. I should have done it immediately because it took a drop. It's one that's not quite as But you don't have to keep it up. You don't have to have this up. Okay. In fact, the way to use it, in my opinion, is not to have it up and running. Well, taking up screen space. What you want to do is minimize it, because if you minimize it and the alert hits, like the price alert that you've set hits, it'll pop up in your screen. You won't miss it, as opposed to having to stare at something to see if an alert has happened. So watch. This is what I'm trying to say. If I put a price alert, I want to make sure there's something moving fairly quickly. So how about the Cuervo? Okay, CRVO. So if I put a price alert, 582, and put one just above the current price, let's say 596. Hopefully, it'll trigger. See, so here are the price alerts right down there. There they are, right down there. So I minimize my window. If one of those prices hit, the price alert window will pop up on my screen, just like I had it, just like that. Okay, it pops up on your screen. So you don't want to have it taking up screen space, even if you have the screen space, in my opinion. Much, much better to have it pop up in your screen so you won't miss the alert. Okay. And this is just the price alerts window, new price alerts window. You can have it activated. Yeah, you can put a sound alert on it also. Okay, so if I right click and go to actions, okay, and you just follow these instructions. If you put a sound alert on an alert window, then it's exactly the same idea. You click the play sound, set up the sound. You can go text to speech. You've got female or male voice. You can pick. Okay, female or male voice. So you can have the symbol read out if you want, or you can go down to use custom sound. Click on that. Select the sound, and then these are the 3 folders that we've got, and each folder has a series of price alerts or sound alerts. So let's say you pick gong. You left click on it, gong. All this is in our guide, okay, under sound alerts. You click on gong, you open it, and then you play it. And if you like that sound, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to the window that you started the whole exercise from. Okay. And the whole idea, of course, of our sound alerts is have a different sound alert for your different windows. The whole idea is then when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. You don't want to have like text to voice, like a female voice reading us on all your different windows, because you'll never know which window to look at. Sort of, Ahmed. Okay, I mean that's how some people when they don't. Yeah, I mean I don't buy I don't trade options at all. But in a very general sense, if you put a put on, you're hoping the stock goes down, and you buy a call, yes. But it's more involved than that. But in general, yes. But I'm not an option player. Hmm. Okay, my music just stopped, which can mean. Oh, hopefully, I know yesterday I had a little interruption in my internet service and everything went dark. So I hope that's not happening. Give me a moment. Hmm. I don't think my headset died, but just give me a moment and I can just easily just play an alert and see if it. Nope. Yeah, you mean you can create your own sound alerts, okay? As long as you put them in that folder, you can do that. So if I right click and go to properties and in actions, and as I was saying, you set up the sound. So use custom sound, select the sound. So here are the three folders that we've got for you, but there's nothing stopping you, in theory, from creating your own sound alerts as long as you put them in this, in this folder, in the sound, in the trade ideas, et cetera, sounds folder. Okay. So you could create your own sound alerts if you want and put them in this folder. I've never done it. There's a ton of sound alerts in here. Well, not a ton, but there's enough for me anyway. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I honestly don't think I could. I mean, maybe I'm exaggerating, but if I didn't have my sound alerts, it would really hinder my trading. Because, for instance, how did I know that this Cuervo CRVO, unless I stare at this, but even if I'm staring at it, I mean, I suppose of course I would have seen it. But what happens is I've got a sound alert on this particular scan that when I hear it, I know immediately to look here. Because, especially what I do, I mean, I could be busy answering a question, or I could be, looking over here. I could be distracted doing something, but the minute I know this sound alert in here, I know it, so I don't want to miss it. So I immediately look over here and I find it. Hmm. Give me a moment. Hmm. The music player is acting up this morning. Sirius XM. Okay. What time is it now, guys? 11:40. So in about 20 minutes from now, I'll be taking a break. Steve Gomez will, I think it's Steve today. I'll confirm that. Will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. And remember, markets are closed tomorrow. Did I tell you that the markets are closed? If William had his way, the market would be open Saturdays and Sundays too, and I'd have no break at all. Well, actually, it was somebody else who reminded me. I can't remember who it was this morning, but somebody else reminded me that the markets are closed. But I don't mind repeating it over and over again to just drive William nuts. I have no problem doing that. Well, guys, I've only had the one trade today, but it was, as they say, a doozy. So that's, or do they still say that? I say it. Hmm. You know, I watched the first two seasons, I think maybe even the third season. Then I just sort of lost interest in it. You know, what you're talking about Westworld, right? I think I really enjoyed the first two seasons, but I don't know, something I just wasn't interested. I can't remember what season that was, but I really liked it. I really liked it at the beginning, but all right, guys. Take a look at this Corvo and see what it's doing. See if it is. I mean, this could have a late day run. Yeah, look at this. This could be one of the late dayers, guys. You know, it's a low float, of course, a lot of volume, news, et cetera, et cetera. Still has room when you look left. Look what it did. I mean, it got not quite 735 was the high, and that high right there is, wow, that's very close. So if you're always wondering why do I pay attention to the next high looking left? Had I still been in this one, you know, and look what it got to 735, and there's the next high looking left 745. I would be, you know, I'd be selling in this area, thinking that could stall it. So, but look what it's doing. The 200-day moving average, it's sitting sort of right on the 200-day moving average, which is around 6. It's sitting over the VWAP. This could have another run. This could have another run. Okay. You know, I'd be almost inclined to do it now, but I'm going to be on a break, and there's no way I'm going to take it right now. Okay, guys. Just want to confirm it's Steve. I think it is. Yes, it'll be Steve today. So, in about 15 minutes from now, I'll take a break. Remember, I didn't take that short opportunity from the scan, the trend reversal, LZB. I didn't like it. I think it was because of the spread. I think it was the spread issue. Yeah, it was. Now you see, you know, it's interesting, isn't it? Because had the spread been a dime, I would have taken this. I would have more than almost for sure. I would have taken it. Now, but you know, the spread was not. It was about 40 cents at points. But as I said before, this can be used like a watch list, okay? Like a watch list. So I mean, there's nothing saying that okay, just because the stock it was a suggestion to short doesn't mean you had to take it in that direction. Because right now, especially you know, on a pop of the VWAP, That's a nice little trade. You can also look at it this way. You know, there was a reason why. Well, this was an earnings play. Yeah, so this was an earnings play yesterday. Now, the only thing I will say about it is that it got up to 45 and it closed down here at 40. You know, so it did not. It did not. It did not close very well. But, you know, I mean, it was still up quite a bit for the day, even though it did not hold its gains. Yeah, because I mean, it closed the day before at 35, and it, you know, so it closed at 40. So it was still up a lot, even though it did not hold the gains. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at some of these other little cheap ones here. But you know, this one, this rocket has been just hanging around that 14 level, I think. No, I'm wrong. It was another one I was thinking of. But you know, here's the RKT, just over 14, just over the VWAP. The next high looking left is too close. Too close. For me, anyway. Too close. For me. This one's on the move, guys. Now, this is, you know, it's a Bitcoin play, but it doesn't care that Bitcoin's down. So I don't know why this is, I don't know why this one is ripping higher here. You know, it's not a low float either. 300 million in the float. It's up 10%. Bitcoin is down. So there must be some news on this one that I cannot see. Because it, you know, it's definitely running completely counter to what the market is doing. Let's see. Richard asking a question. Give me a moment. So, I mean, you're talking, I mean, you're sort of talking this, right? I mean, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You're looking for, you know, I mean, I don't pay attention to this at all, but is this kind of what you're talking about? You know, the depth of market. I guess that's what DOM stands for. I know that we have a way now. I don't know what it is though, or how to do it. In the chart, I think Pepe is going to have to help me. I'm on advanced trade, but I know there's a way in which you can put. Just give me a moment. Maybe I have to load Brokers Plus. Okay. Yeah, I don't think you're really talking this, are you? I mean, this is, yeah. So, I mean, is this more what you're talking about, which is level two, I guess? Yeah, we don't have that. We have the bare bones of it. But if I really were interested in it, I'd be looking at my broker, I suppose. Okay, so we don't have this here that I'm aware of. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Yeah, so that you're just going to get the last, so you're not getting what you would call the depth of all this. Okay, where am I getting this? This blue screen. This is Interactor Brokers. If you're talking about this, which I don't use, I would never, I suppose if I had a huge, and I was using Brokers Plus to trade and all that, but this is, now how am I going to get rid of this? Basic. Well, even on the basic, it shows. No, I don't know how to get rid of this. I mean, do you really want this? I mean, this to me is just taking up way too much space, but do you really want this? No, I'm not sure how to get rid of it. There's an X in the upper right. Maybe I'm not seeing it. Above the green box. Are you talking about the ask? Like what green box? There's a bunch of green boxes above the ask. So I don't. Oh, right there, right there. Is that going to do it, or is that going to? I'm going to trust you. Ah, shouldn't have trusted you. Yeah, I didn't think that was it. I didn't think that was it. All right, not to worry. Okay, what do I want to do here? I want to duplicate this window into a free-floating window. And this is called doc charts, okay? And I want a 5-minute chart. And then I'm going to duplicate into doc charts. And now it's down here. I move it over here. Okay. I didn't think so, but William's always right. So I thought, okay, he must know what he's talking about. But the first thing I think you have to have up and running is Brokers Plus. Time is in now. You know what? I got to get out of here. Steve might be able to help you better, but I think you have to have Brokers Plus up and running, because you have to click on Brokers Plus so you have the buy and sell buttons. Okay. And then of course I think you have to have use browser interfaces, has to be checked. And again, I'm getting these error messages when I load Brokers Plus. You won't. So listen, you can probably, Steve may know better. I don't know. I mean, I know how to get that up and running. I just didn't know how to get rid of it. So let me put my announcement up here. I'm not going. I'm just taking my break. Ugh, and now my tool isn't working. So give me a moment. Oh man, now it's okay. You know what, guys? Just give me a moment. I got to hurry because Steve is going to take over for me very quickly. So just give me a moment. I'm going to have to just get the task manager and okay. Okay, you better work now. There you are. Okay. On mute. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. And before I leave, though, I will put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Steve. Steve's the originator of the Trades of the Week, has a completely different trading style from me. He's way more of a swing trader. And he talks more about the macro of the market. I don't talk about that at all. So you can head over and listen to Steve. He's not there quite yet, but he'll be there momentarily. Okay, and then stop my music so I can hear him when he comes in. Okay, so I'm just getting ready for Steve to show up. He's not there yet. Yeah, Cuervo ran. It did run. It already ran. All right, guys, I just heard Steve pop into the room. So, guys, I'll take my break now. We'll see you in the main room. We'll see you in about 1 hour. And mute myself in the main room. So, Mr. Gomez, how are you this morning?
Good. No complaints. Happy end of the week.
Yeah, I kind of forgotten that tomorrow is a market holiday. So, and it shows up on a Friday, so it makes it a nice 3-day weekend.
Yes, it does, by design.
By design, exactly.
I'm sure a lot of people will email us tomorrow that don't live in the United States and say, "Well,
yeah,
what's going on?"
Well, I think even a lot of people who live in the United States might even email. Okay,
it's only been around for a few years, so
exactly.
We'll take it.
But we'll take it. I always love a holiday. So, SpaceX. Are you doing anything on SpaceX in terms of long or short with the ETFs? Or
nothing.
I
stayed completely away from it. I made a great trade thanks to you and DXYZ. But I will tell you, I was going to actually bring this up. I've had a few people that have asked me, last week, "Hey, should I buy SpaceX? Are you going to buy SpaceX? What are you going to do?" And I said, "I'm not going to do anything, but here's my prediction." And my prediction was it's going to probably have some euphoria for 2 or 3 days, and then the sellers are going to jump in. And so far, that's what we've seen.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Other than that, I have no opinion. I think that, usually these IPOs, their initial IPO low is tested at some point. So I'll just leave it at that.
Well, the next level that I could see, I mean, it's still quite a piece away, about $9 or $8 away. But the low of the second day of trading is about 168. So it's at 176 now. So, I mean, that could be an area that it may get close to that. But yeah. I mean, but I'm telling you, those the SPCH and the SSPC, the two ways to play it. I mean, intraday anyway. If you think SPCH is to go long and SSPC to go short.
Andy got me in a funny one, this NIXX. He might have talked about it before, but
really briefly,
had a big volume spike and came down and settled in, and then I bought it yesterday. So far, so good. So
Yeah. Okay, Steve. Well, I'll let you go, and I'll try to be back 5 to the hour. I know you've got your busy,
right.
busy meetings, so I'll be back 5 to the hour.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Happy Thursday, everybody. Yeah. Happy end of the week. Tomorrow's a holiday if you just stumbled in. But here to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. Andy gave a swing on rum above 820. This rum is so confounding. I've been sitting in it, and I've sat through both of these very disappointing gap up smash and gap up smash today. I really thought today would hold because I don't know, they've completed a deal with an AI center. I'm still very bullish on the company. I'm just extremely bearish on the way the price action moves in this thing. I say stocks have a personality. I probably should really come up with an asshole name for rum because the personality of this stock is just brutal. But again, my plan is long term. I'm going to sit in this thing, and so it bothers me that it gapped up, didn't follow through. But I'm not selling it. It just depends on what your time frame is. Above 820, it seems like the way it's trading today that all bets are off. It's such a disappointment. Like, what would have been good? Okay, what would have been good was maybe it opened up here and then it settled in maybe right around there. And more importantly, the 10 SMA started to come up and meet it. And then the price caught the 10 SMA like a surfer on a wave, started to move higher. Yeah, that's what I really wanted to see today in rum. That means it was going to be in play. But this kind of nonsense, I don't even want to begin to speculate, what's going on behind the scenes, why somebody would smash the hell out of great news back here. And then they announce, a closing of an AI center deal. They're pivoting to a dual model. And it's all great bullish news, but the chart is not confirming the story. So it's probably not a great trading vehicle for right now. DJT is probably getting hit because of Bitcoin getting weak as well. I'm sitting in this one too. I've got a funny way of sitting in some of these stubborn stocks, but what could we have? We could have the best cheering scenario here is what we call like a head and shoulders bottom. But that means that 8 is a red line. 8 definitively has to hold in DJT. And just like Rumble, whatever the story is behind the scenes, but they're just picked on. They're just mercilessly picked on, I believe. I believe there's even some nefarious shorting going on in there. Political, it's kind of what I'm looking for. Rumble is kind of a political video platform, and they've just now merged and become like a small 250 megawatt AI data center, and they're probably going to grow from there. So the action is very curious to me. I don't get it. Yeah, it's nonsense. And when you see that kind of stuff, you just got to stand away and say, somebody's got an agenda. It's defying all logic. It's breaking all technicals. It's really a guess at this point. But again, I'm sitting in it. I'm sitting in the money. My price is down here for the most part. So I'm in just kind of a wait and see what happens. Yeah, I think DJT is also the headwinds of Bitcoin are hurting DJT as well. And, here's a great story. Here's SMR and Oklo, all these other nuclear nano-nuke stocks. So at least a couple of them were doing good. But I'm in SMR, have been for a couple of days. DJT, as we talked about before, has a nuclear fission company they're merging with, TAE. You can look it up. So just like rum is diversifying their model into something sexy and a hot sector, AI data centers, and compute, DJT is sitting on a gold mine of energy, fission, the clean type of nuclear energy. So long term, I'm bullish on this thing. I'm just very disappointed that it seems to be, I think, mercilessly, probably nefariously shorted by naked shorting and synthetics and options. in a political fashion, but I think the stock will have its day. But I want to see $8 hold. And if you look at this, we got 4 days. 1, 2, 3, 4. I kind of remember those 4 days. It broke down from there and held $8 viciously, vigorously for 4 days. So I really want to see this $8 level hold in DJT. I think I talked to you guys last week about, I got something to show you too. But let's move on. When I had like money to spend and money to burn, I've kept my eye on these high short floats, and Wolf is a RFID semi-chip, not a memory chip or a processor chip, but an RFID chip company nonetheless. I looked it up. 87% is a bit old. I think it's down to about 56% now. We don't update but more than twice a month. So I did my due diligence on that, but it's still a monster short in this Wolf speed. So I'm sitting and hoping for a short squeeze. And what's working for me is, look at this, the 130, the 5-day moving average held, which is a perfect segue. Look at that 3 times actually. Gap up. Dang it. This is why I use this indicator, you guys. Gap up, buyers at the 5-day. Buyers at the 5-day. Buyers at the 5-day. But didn't even get to the 5-day and buyers jumped in. And then over here on the daily, we cleared a nice little wedge there. This is when I bought it. That little spike at the end of the day, I said, look at how this thing is wicking right there at the 50-day moving average. This is my chance. I had money in the bank. Let's buy some Wolf. So I've been sitting in this thing. And the first hurdle was cleared today. Hopefully it closes above that 10 SMA and then and over. Let me show you what I wanted to talk about. I've said before, like when I've got money to spend, I kind of come over to the short squeeze scan and see if there's something on there. But I have a new scan, and it's very important to set it up with this concept. See, this is the my liked. Anytime I click a heart, and you guys do the same, the heart button will send that symbol into the my liked, which is a symbol list. So all of these are pretty much, broken down in maybe 10 sectors, but these are all stocks I've traded in the past, and I watch and I keep an eye on them. So down here, we got the SpaceX stocks, all the space stocks doing terrible. All right, good to know. Drone stocks doing terrible. What's doing well? Oh, okay. We got some quant, the nano nuke stocks. I'm in. Hey, I'm glad to be in this one too. But the point is, this is a universal stock symbol list. And then I also have this one over here, which is basically things I've been in the last week, or I'm currently in right now. I'll pick through and edit this, but there's a lot of overlap between this 401k high-low, which is a high-low ticker, and the my liked symbol, which everybody can use on their own, which is a top list. So with that said, let me corral this stupid window. I have a new scan, and I've got it turned on so I don't miss any symbols. I can hear the symbols as they come through with text to speech. HMY was the last one to come through, and wouldn't you know it, I am basically scanning for my universe of favorite stocks from these two lists using the 130 simple moving average. So I got new lows, stocks making new lows, but most importantly, here's the symbol list. Does the MyLike track ETFs? You can add ETFs in there. Whatever you want to, whatever has a chart, you can add. So you can build this giant list of 100 stocks, your favorite stocks. I probably have 100 in there. Why does it keep reverting? Anyway, okay, so here's the symbol list. Only the following list: my liked and my 401k. So there's a bunch of stocks. These are all my favorite stocks. The alerts are just basically a new low. I put 2 days in there. So a new 2-day low, because I like at least 2 days of low, maybe the third day, but I'm not going to put a 3 in there. And then here's the magic sauce. I've told you guys how much I like this 5-day moving average. We just looked at that on Wolf a second ago. So I convinced them long ago. They don't like to build new filters, but I convinced them about 5 years ago to build this as a filter. And so I'm trying to make use of it as I can. So I want to be contrarian in this market. I want to buy things that I am familiar with, that are pulling back and giving me a great opportunity that are right off the 5-day moving average. So it's a great risk reward entry scan. And you guys can use this in the same way. I'll send you the scan. It's nothing more than, really, it's just pointing to your favorite symbols. So this is all up to you guys here, pointing to your symbols. And then the filters are just new low, 2-day low. And then we're bracketing the 5-day moving average by 0.2% bottom and top. So when we do that, we get things like Harmony Gold, which is a stock that I follow, a gold sector stock. And it pops up in real time and tells me, hey, Harmony just pulled back. It's made 2 days of low, and it's hitting the 5-day moving average coming down from above. And it's a sloping up 5-day moving average at that. This is probably a pretty safe entry. And you just give it 20 cents or so, and boom. So this is the kind of stuff I'm using trade ideas for in the most current version. I've just kind of reminded myself, hey, let's just combine my symbol list with something I really, really trust, which is this indicator. No, I can't. The symbol lists don't transfer, especially in the chat window. They just basically get they get jumbled. There's no possible commas. But what I can do is if you email us at info and request my symbol list, I could probably go in there and copy and paste into an email. It might format better than this chat window would. Why is that keep reverting over? I don't like that. Stay there. Stop that. Look at that. That's pissing me off. What's going on here? Probably the change from the open. I have the columns too far. Stop. Okay, that's going to annoy me now. Let's try it this way. I'll just cover that column up. Jeez. All right, so NIX. Hey, look at that. Okay, so let's talk about NIX. I have standing sell order in NIX. Got 1 quarter offered out at 137. Why 137? There, see, I've already got the lines drawn for you. Why 147? Well, I thought if we clear this level right there, the obvious one, and if we have any follow through from 120, which it looks like we're going to try, there could be a big stab push up to. If we look left, there it is. Prior support becomes future resistance. So I see a lot of pivot action there. So I'm putting 1 quarter for sale on that pivot right there. And then I've got another quarter for sale if we get really lucky on this little spike right there. So I will never put like a limit order out there just at a random number. I'm always going to look left and see where are the obvious levels they might try to drive this thing to. SSPC, let's see. SSPC, is there something wrong? Okay, here's why. Let me show you that. My SSPC is unique in that it's on the bats. So what you need to do is go to your My Liked, configure, and just add bats. It's not defaulted. So go to your exchange and add bats. I've already added it because I've already figured that one out. Okay. So that's the answer to your question. I'm glad I backtracked and saw that. How to use the different AI strategy tools. There's no real use of strategy other than strategy trades. So first off, the filter is none, showing me every single trade. There's a couple winners, a couple losers. If you want to see all the trades, you can do that. If you only want to focus on profitable, you can filter there. ATPC is a big winner. Now, here's what I'm going to suggest. I like to tell people on the AI, it's nothing more than a scanner, but you still have to try to apply some basic concepts of chart reading and technical analysis to it. Yes, the AI got a quick entry down here. It came all the way back. So if you missed it, you could have got the same entry. I want to really avoid trying to chase. I guess the bottom line is if you're going to see an AI call, try to buy as close as you possibly can to this 10 SMA. So obviously you don't want to chase ATPC up here. It is up 75%, but notice how, see the rising 10 SMA I talked about earlier here on this 15-minute? Look at the buyers are stepping in there. It's almost like a VWAP. So I try to tell people you can use these AI trades and lean on the 10 SMA if you see it coming into play. Perfect example in CRVO. So CRVO goes off and you're like, wow, you know, it's a bit of a chase here, and it is. The AI put a bit of a chase in there, and it looks like it's a re-enter. So this is why we talk about re-enters, both of these, meaning they got stopped out, but they re-entered. But I'm going to show you a better way to re-enter. The AI waited until it got back above. Its re-entry is way up here. Now, remember what I just talked about on the last chart? If you use a 15-minute chart, I implore you to just put a 10 SMA on there. And this is the guardrail, the guiding hand that would feed the price. So if you're sitting here watching CRVO, the AI just called out, it pulled back and just kissed that line perfectly. That's a perfect entry. It's kind of like the same thing I'm trying to do down here in these other ones. The pull back to the 5-day moving average. Hang on one second. I got a text. All right. Can we add our stock list on Money Machine? Yes, you can, because the Money Machine is predicated off of strategies that you would derive from a top list. So since it's already in top list form, you know, when you do collaborate, it is going to copy your it's going to copy your symbol list over. So yes, that will work. Basically, the collaboration string will translate any symbol lists and all the settings that you have. What won't work is if I tried to collaborate my string over to you guys, because the symbol lists do not transfer in the collaboration strings. That's why it's really important to just kind of build your own liked list if you can. And, you know, like I promised earlier, if you want to email, I can, you know, email you mine. And he was showing me BABA yesterday, a pretty good why can't I type BABA? Generational low down here around 100. Oh, somebody's talking to me about DJT catching a bounce. Maybe they caught some nay. Look at this. All right, let's see. Let's go into my Thinkorswim and see if there's any news. No, I don't see any news. So here's what I do. When you see these green spikes, notice what I do on my single stock window. I immediately go here. I'm like, all right, what's the relative volume? The 5-minute volume is 296%. This means that, yeah, there's something going on here based on our trade ideas database, 5-minute time frame. It's doing 3 times the normal volume. It just ticked up a little bit more. Now it's doing more than 3 times normal volume, 5-minute chart. So I always like to see, are these little spikes are catching a bid, as you guys say, are they for real? And if you don't have that on here on your single stock window, you just go to configure and then you can find them. 5-minute volume, average, sorry, not average, this one, 5-minute volume, and then 1-minute volume as well. And you can monitor those 2 time frames. 5 minutes probably better because 1 minute you can catch some weird little spikes, but 5 minutes more smoothed out, might give you a better reading. Speaking of better reading, I closed it, but remember last week, you guys, we were doing the market pulse, and I gave it a chance to show me things that were less than 1 relative volume. And I'm glad that somebody pointed that out because I ran them side by side and it kind of confirmed what I thought. It was the exact same pattern, but the one without the relative volume was much more jagged. So I come to the conclusion that the 1 relative volume on this market pulse here kicks out the noise and just kind of, everything was still the same shape. You could still see the buy and sell programs, but they were smoothed out. So I prefer that. So I went to Thinkorswim because I have an account with them and they're going to have the biggest, the quickest relay on news. And the problem with our news is right here. This is the only news tab that we have. There's no way to incorporate it in any scans or anything like that. And it's pulling from Google News. So anything on here is going to be slow. So the answer is we don't really have a great fast news service inside of Trade Ideas. Our claim to fame is showing you there's a volume spike and a price movement in the price action. And as I was just doing this, I think we did this last week too. Let's look. I'm betting that there is a tremendously built up bullish divergence in DJT. And if you don't know what bullish divergence is, I'm going to show you. I'm going to add RSI, relative strength. And what we do is we compare the RSI to the price action. And it's exactly what I thought. Lower price, lower price. All right. So the price is lower lows. The RSI is higher lows. That is what you call diverging indicators. And it's a kind of a conflicting indicator, but more often than not, it signals a turn may be close. You do the same thing for overbought stocks, which I'll show you in a second. We go to the Qs. Look how the NASDAQ was trying to make higher highs, but it was making lower lows. And what did that portend? Pretty good drop, didn't it? So that's bearish divergence. Well, since we were talking about DJT here, and since I'm in it long, a good position size, I like to remind myself, yeah, I don't like it down here. I'm underwater, but it made a lower low in price and a higher low in oomph. RSI, underpinnings of the move, measures the close relative to the size of the candle and all that stuff. All right, we'll turn that off. Do I have any comment on Nibis? Yes, I was in it, and I wish that I had stayed in it. I sold it like up here, and I tried to get cute and buy it back here, and I got shaken out on that green candle open. I think I just got out on the open. So I left it behind. What I'm doing, though, is I'll bet you what, if NIBIS does pull back again and give me a pullback along this trend line, I'll be interested again. But not here. I'm not interested here. It just slammed into 300, a giant round number after running from 210. It's exhausted right here. So it's running in its channel. You can see the channel. I'll be interested down here. But Dan made a hell of a call. He saw it early. He caught it early. He understood it early. That's why he's Dan and does all this outside the box stuff that you guys saw yesterday with the AI and the cool stuff. I haven't even gotten my hands on it yet. Well, let's go down my holdings. Let me make sure I didn't miss any questions here. If I missed a question, let me know. So I'm going to go through what I am in. And keep in mind, I'll let you know if it's a core holding, meaning I'm not selling it, kind of like Dan did in NIBIS, or if it's a short-term swing trade. So SMR is the best of the day. I am super confident that hopefully this will hold right there. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Super interested to see if this will hold is what I was trying to say. So we got the rising 10 SMA. Everything's looking good, but we did run smack into the 50 daily moving. So, I mean, there's a good cause for sellers to jump in here. It's up 10% on the day. It might just whack around. But if it truly wants to go, the buyers will be defending that 10 SMA. That's the best one of the day for me. NIX, this is short term. SMR, I'm not sure if it's going to be short term. I think I might sell a little bit. Hybrid, kind of take some profits on it if I get it, and then hold the rest for longer term. But I do have that exposure in DJT to the nuclear energy. I'm super bullish on the nuclear energy. All we're hearing about is how much compute power we're lacking, and Elon's trying to build stuff in space so we can get enough power to build the stuff we all want to build. We certainly can't do it with the existing grids, and I think his administration is going to just green light, fast track, and slash regulations to allow nuclear to come in as quickly as possible. So I want exposure to that. NIX, I don't even know what they do. I forgot. This is a day trade. This is a swing trade, so very short term. And this one, I told you my exits are far above if I can get them. It could be getting a bit too greedy. Who knows? Wolf, we went over that one. Super strong short squeeze. Look at that. The buyers stepped in and held the 10 SMA. It is, if this thing breaks above 55, there's about 55% short in this one. This one could be a mother squeezer. And that's why I bought it off the 50-day moving average. I am well in the money here. And if I had money to add to it, I probably would, but I don't. I'm full invested. DJT we just looked at. We don't know what that's all about. Let me just see if there's a headline yet. Nope. Rumble, we talked about Rumble. It's very disappointing. Second time it's done that to me. Core holding, not selling. I think Rumble could be a runner over the year. ANGX. So I bought this one because AMC, people are going back to the movies. Look at AMC. That's another possible short squeeze, but I didn't want to chase AMC. There's a new cultural studio out there called Angel Studios. They don't produce the garbage that Hollywood produces. So it's much more family oriented. And I think there's a cultural shift happening out there. And I like that chart. It's kind of a nice bottoming action. I'd like to see that blue line get triggered. Today is day 3 of consolidation. I love the 3-day consolidation rule, which is basically what the NASDAQ did. Yesterday was day 3. 1, 2, 3, more so in the spiders. 1, 2, 3. You could even consider today day 3, I guess. GameStop in Ryan Cohen, I trust. This is just nothing more than a giant cash reserve We're just waiting to figure out how he's going to play this thing. Also a giant naked short potential. I think GameStop 2.0 could be in the cards at some point if the short sellers get exposed. All right. And then good old American Bitcoin, also just getting beat up. Can't catch a break. But I want Bitcoin exposure. I'm not going to do it with iBit. I'm going to do it with ABTC. I keep thinking maybe one of these days I'll wake up and they're going to say we're pivoting to do some AI compute. Who knows? Let's see. A DFTX. This is the old MindMed. You've seen me play many times. This is a mother to trade. It's very spiky, but the bigger picture I see is this. So I'm just kind of trying to follow that shape. Again, I think it's a cultural shift away from SSRIs and pharmaceuticals for the mind. People are going to start embracing this. And again, the regulations could just be greenlit and flooded for people to start using this stuff. They're very close, I think, to a phase 3 trial and what they're doing, but you can look them up. 2 more. I wanted some silver exposure. HYMC was one of my favorite silver stocks. I bought it back here. That blue line is my entry. So I'm in the money on this. Just we'll see what happens. And then lastly, Xerox, well in the money on Xerox, but it's testing me today, and I'll tell you how it's going to make me make a decision at the end of the day. I'll probably take profits on half at the end of the day off the table. I haven't touched it, but I'll take half profits off if we can't get to this. I want to get a bounce. If we close like it looks right there, where it's just kind of dripping below the 20 SMA and it's going to definitively close on lows, I will be selling half Xerox and raise cash kind of as a trailing stop, and then hope that it just kind of regathers itself down here. But I can raise some cash that was made on a really good trade because I haven't touched that one yet. I keep thinking that's just one day away from a headline that's just going to blast it. But, it's been a good one performer. All right. So those are all my positions. Do I like SOXL, stocks long? Things can remain overbought longer than you can remain sane or solvent. The chart says, yeah. The chart says that semiconductors want to keep going. There's no reason to try and short these things. Yeah, I got to that one last, Promrod, because it's the worst performer of the day. It's down 2%. Everything else is doing okay for me. Really love to see SMR catch another bid, but it might not, starting to bleed below. I'd love to see my offers get taken out on Nixit, which just might. One more push above could give me the 10 cents. Let me see. Is it 10 cents? Where is that? No, it's going to be about 15 cents higher. Those are the best ones when you're not looking and then they get hit. But as I look down, I see this little right there, possible sell program starting to come in. This is why I love this tool. It just kind of gives me a visual on what's happening in real time. That wolf is close to breaking out too. I'm going to put a price alert above there and wolf and hope this thing triggers. Perfect. All right, guys, I'm here for another 20 minutes or so. Whatever you want to talk about. If anybody was sent here by support that was like shy or waiting to speak up, go ahead. Maybe that was it. Yeah. Anyway, good relative volume here in this next, but kind of weak 5-minute volume. Can I explain the offers and how it works? Yes. So Amber, it's called a limit order, not a market. And so I'm long NIX down here around, I think it's 85. And I'm kind of living on borrowed time because we've had a really good stretch here, but I'm getting greedy. I'm going to hope that it just keeps following. But what I did is I looked left, and you see that blue line is corresponding to what I call a pivot area. Support was once a support area, and what was prior support will become future resistance. And so what I'm saying is I'm sitting up here at $1.37. It's an open order. It's standing. If Nix had news right now and spiked up to $1.50, I would get my $1.37 order taken out quickly, and my $1.52 order, which is a second limit order to sell another quarter, would be very close to being hit as well. So they're basically just standing orders that are sitting in the book. And at any given time, you're looking away or doing something else, you look over and you see your order was taken. It's kind of nice. Thoughts on MX? You could drive anchored VWAP from there. There we go. That's way above. I was just looking to see if we're kind of in no man's land here between the traditional 50-day moving average and you have the declining 5-day moving average. And you see how, once again, the 5-day moving average shows me that the sellers are in control. So I would say if you're interested in this, it'd be nice if this 50-day moving average was supporting the bottoms on the daily. But if you're interested in this, you could put like an alert above that 5-day. And if it triggers, you could see if it's going to try and reclaim and hold that 5-day moving average. And if it did that, that could be a short-term indicator of a reversal. And it's also a semi, right? So you've got that going for you. Analog, mixed signal, specific type chips, small short float, nothing big there. Nothing like my Wolf giant short squeeze I'm hoping to get. Oh, and options. I don't do options. I'm not very good. Options is really a math student game, and I'm visual. I'm a chart guy. So, I mean, I could use options to complement what I do with the charts, but I've kind of tried it in the past, and the expirations and the premiums, decay. It's just not my bag. It's just not what I do. I might be like tremendously holding myself back from not doing it, but I trade my 401k. It's my primary objective is to make my retirement account grow as quickly as possible. And I did inquire if options were enabled, and they said, no, we're a nanny state, and we think you're probably an idiot. You don't know what you're doing, so we're not even going to allow you to trade options. So I said, all right, well, then the decision was made for me. I'm not going to trade options. Sure. My liked alert settings, of course. Oh, and I didn't even share it with you guys yet, did I? Bad me. Let me share that first. So there is the setting. I am in California, so my hourly stuff is 3 hours earlier than New York time. Now, quite simply put, this alert I just shared with you is combining me liking to trade my favorite list of names. I know all their personalities. I know how they correlate with the sectors and what they do. So I kind of prefer that rather than just pulling up a name I know nothing about. And in that vein, I want to see the stocks that are making a new 2-day low, right? 2 days is right there, new low. But it's making a new low right into that blue line you've been seeing, the 5-day moving average, which is also called the 130 period 15-minute SMA. That's this blue line right there. Average daily volume. I mean, anything I trade is going to have average daily volume, and it's going to be above 1. So those filters are kind of useless anyway. But HMY was the last one to come through, and it bled through. So, it's not always a guarantee they're going to hold. Most of the silver and gold names that came through here just bled through, which is a lot of those names right there. Those are all silver and gold names. So not much of an opportunity there on that scan today. But if you had a different set of your own symbol lists in there, who knows, you could have a different experience. Yeah, 401k is different than an IRA, totally different. The 401k is so restricted. It's ridiculous. Can't short, can't do anything like that. Can't buy any exotics, ETFs. It's just straight up cash account. The best thing they ever did, though, for us when they threw us a bone was go from T settlement 3 days to 1 day. So at the end of the day, I'm constantly scouring and saying, what is really annoying me on my blotter here, my positions, that just doesn't look like I want to risk turning you into golden new cash for a new opportunity, for a new excitement the next day. So I'll do that at the end of every day. I'm going through and picking through. Is there anything I want to thin out of? Is there anything I want to raise cash in? I generally try not to do that midday, because once I sell it midday, like if I had gotten all pissy and upset at SMR this morning for not going, like right here, I would have missed out on all that, and I can't buy it back. So in a funny kind of a sense, it forces me to stick around and be patient. And that's kind of really where my money's been made the last 2 years, is longer term swing trading, being patient, position trading in a few things. A couple of things I held for a few months. Off topic, my view on covered calls, ETFs. I don't have a great understanding, again, of the whole options covered call thing. I know it's a safe thing to do. They would let me do that, I think, in the 401k, but I don't want any part of it. It's just not my bag. I don't really feel comfortable commenting on options. Andy's a little bit better on options than I am. ETFs, though, I love ETFs, and I love the, let me give you a perfect world example. Now, remember, I can't buy levered ETFs in my 401k, but I do have the keys to my daughter's account, and occasionally I will throw a trade in my daughter's account. And when I saw the oil market getting ready to break and I knew the headlines were coming, I thought, there's a little bit of cash in her account. I'll go in there and buy some SCO. Where am I going with this? SCO is an ultra short. You want to make sure when you play these ultra short or ultra long triple ETFs, they're about a good 3 to 5 day play, because once the movement stops, you start getting this horrible overnight decay that you just can't control. So as long as the underlying is in motion, you can trade it. And I sold it for her yesterday. So got a nice 5 days out of it. Yes, the idea behind Wolf, and let's do this. We can probably do this together. Let's see here. Go to Grok. All right. What is the current short float percentage for Wolf stock. And this is what I would recommend doing because Trade Ideas only updates ours twice a month, every 2 weeks. You're going to get a fresher update. Right. So as I thought, it's around 55%, which is still huge. But what does that mean? So it means that even better, 20 million shares are in circulation. Is that a lot? No, that's not a lot. It's considered kind of a low float. Not ultra low, but low float. So right off the bat, that means it's going to be a volatile short squeeze if it happens. Because theoretically, half of this low float are short. And the only way they can get out, and as they sit here and they watch this thing go to highs, bam, the only way they can get out is to buy to cover. They stop the pain by buying. And then you get people like me who say, oh, you're in pain over there. Let's take advantage of you. And so hopefully, if it goes, I have to switch my mindset into do not sell this today. Do not sell this tomorrow. This is the kind of short float squeeze that could take a few days to ring out. And these are the kind of things that could run from 54 to 80 only because half of these 20 million people in the circulating shares being traded are held by short sellers. And the only way they can stop the pain is to buy, and everybody's chasing a buy button. And that's what you call a short squeeze. It seems my 15-minute chart with 5-day 130 does not match up with mine. I guarantee you probably have the pre-market or post-market on. Justin. That's why I do not use pre and post. I'll use them to just watch action. But once the market opens, I turn those things off. I don't want to see them. Yeah, having both on there will really warp it. If you turn them off, you'll see the same situation that I saw. And on a stock like Wolf, you'll see it perfectly kissing that 5-day moving average 3 times back there and a nice rounded shape. So that pre and post market's just too much noise for me. This happens. I forget to change my scroll bar and I start to see things coming through. Xerox, good. Xerox trying to bounce. I need that help. Now, if Xerox, let me tell you this. I told you my plan to sell half at the close like I've been doing. If I don't like the way it closes, I'll tell you what. If Xerox, by the end of the day, has a giant wick tail and it closes back up above or at the 20 SMA, that to me is the same thing as like what Wolf did on the 50 SMA. See that? So it's an end of day analysis. You don't evaluate this midday. That's why I jumped into Wolf at the end of the day. Just like I will sell Xerox at the end of the day if it doesn't look like that. But if it does look like that, and I get a big tail under that 20 SMA and it holds, that's what you call like a fake out. And I will cancel the sell idea and stick in the whole 100%. Okay, it's not a click, it's just a button. You just click on the button right there. If you're trying to click that, it gives you the choice between the two, but it's a toggle on and off. You can do it on the daily too if you want. But make sure that you have the Brokerage Plus going and logged in. What was the trigger for Wolf? It was me knowing and stalking it ahead of time that it was on this list with a giant short float at 87. Well, it's worked its way down to 55 now, according to AI. And giant pullback. I'm a contrarian. I don't want to buy things as they're breaking out after 5 days. Everybody that bought up here probably just couldn't take it anymore and puked up their shares down here as they saw it break oh my God, midday, it's breaking the 50-day moving average. Well, I just sat back and watched. And at the end of the day, that's the key word. At the end of the day, I saw a candle that faked everybody out, head fake, recovered. I love it when a candle wicks under a key moving average. A 50 key moving average is even better than a 20. It's a solid moving average for the end of day buyers to step in and defend that level. Those are probably the smart money people, and I want to be playing with them. So that was my trigger. Did I like the fact that it came back down here? No. But I told myself, just at the end of the day, if it closes back under the 50 SMA, the trade is broken and not a big loss. The following day, it flirted a little bit, got hung up, sold off after the Fed meeting. But today it's in clean air again. And if I was short this thing, I'd be scared to death. Yes. So now save your layout, Justin. And if you use that symbol list scan that I gave out earlier, you'll start to see some really cool correlations in real time. And I think I've got it set so where it'll call out the stock symbol. So it'll transfer and you'll hear the stock symbol text to speech so you don't miss it. Yeah, the quants are doing pretty well today. Barry?
Yeah. Well, Steve, this is why I love these sessions because, well, especially probably between you and me, I don't mean wink, wink. You and I have very radically different trading styles, and I think it's wonderful that that's why you guys do these things. Dan's got his own deal going, but with Chris,
buy and
you
hold.
and Andy, yeah, buy and hold forever, exactly. But seriously, though, I mean, it's great that to expose the group to different trading styles.
Yeah.
Because I don't do anything that you do, nothing you do. You
Nope.
would not have traded a CRVO today, would you? You probably didn't even know about it.
No, probably didn't even know about it. CRV.
Yeah, there
that
you
was
go.
in the AI. I know it was in the AI, right?
Well, but we were talking about it in the pre-market, and I got into it way earlier than that. Just
This is
coincidentally.
NIXX is the closest thing I'm coming to small cap momentum trading.
Okay. Now the other thing, I know you have to go. You mentioned that you went to a Grok or something, and you found out the most current short float percent. Where are they looking? Because I mean, I
right here.
understood,
So what's nice about Grok is it'll give you the links. We've actually shown up on here on Trade Ideas. Some of the blogs Katie has done have shown up as source links to certain topics. But it gives you the link, marketbeat.com. I could bring that up, Finance Yahoo. But key details, what's probably happening is it's pulling the data from these companies that like use an algorithm to try and gauge it on a day-by-day basis rather than bi-weekly. So I think the AI Grok is on top of it. So when I see a giant number like this in Wolf, I want to just go verify it and just kind of double check.
And as you say, it's still 50% is still huge, but it's
50% of 20 million.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. All right. Well, I know you got to go, so thanks for. Have a great long weekend, and we'll see you now. Are you doing double duty next week or no?
I would imagine Andy is. We're going to throw him in there. I don't know.
Okay.
Who knows?
Okay. Cool.
He's off tomorrow.
Okay, Steve. See you next week, though.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Bye-bye. The guys is taking over now again. Just give me a moment. Okay, back audio in both rooms. Audio in both rooms. Message down. Music up. Okay, guys. We're in the home stretch. Remember, market close tomorrow. William, the market is closed tomorrow. So you said you could not find any news on Cypher, right? This is a real strange one. I mean, this has been basically straight up. It's it's a crypto play, and yet crypto is not doing well at all today. And we could not find any. I mean, that's very strange. It's not a low float either. I mean, 306 million in the float. So there's something going on. Anybody find anything about Cypher? Oh, you found the news, the Cypher news from FinViz, okay? Which was? Anyway, and you look at this one, this HQ. I think the last time I saw it was 27. Am I right? Yes, it was 27. This has been an awesome, great alert from our AI 3 days ago, guys. This was an alert from the AI 3 days ago. Had a great day, and even better when you look at the bar. Look where it closed, basically at the high, and this is the third day continuation. Third day continuation off that AI alert. Our AI alert. Do they all do this? I wish they did, but it's an all-time high. It was an all-time high here, was an all-time high here. Keeps making all-time highs. And all they do, it's a quant. Okay, it says it's a quant. It's Singapore. Development of software tools. And it's not crazy low float, 50 million in the float. All right. Am I going to trade anything getting into this? Yeah, look at the Cuervo now. Yeah, CRV now. CRVO now. That's probably it. That's probably it. Bunch of halts down. Another nice little run, though, when it got up to 783. And even here, 752. But boy, all of a sudden, that's it. And there's your low float, 4.6 million. That's what can happen. So now the ATPC is still a star. Yeah, well, actually, okay, it did pull back a little bit, actually quite a bit, over $1. Still up 30% though from the AI alert, 70% from yesterday's close, but still up 30% from our AI alert. Would have been more, of course, when it was up here at 590. Okay, William. Okay. Shall I tell people that? I don't think there's a problem telling, right? All right. So this is the deal, guys. Whenever I leave, whatever time that is, sometime between 2 and 2:30 or later, if there are questions, William is going to keep the room open for at least 5 minutes. If there's no postings at all, like nobody's posting in the room at all, he's going to shut it down, or he'll go right till 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock is his limit, regardless. Okay. So, but if he sees no posting of anything in a 5-minute period after I have left, he'll shut it down then. So there's your challenge. So let me go over my homepage one last time. This week, remember, markets close not next week, tomorrow. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link is what you're going to see. As always, at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter whether you choose our standard or our premium service. I see a nice lift now for SpaceX, guys, SPCX, off that 172 level. It's about a $4 lift right now. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep these rooms free. The company monitors the use of the promo code. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Rooms. So if you're sitting in YouTube, I'm moderating a YouTube room and the trading room right here. So if you're in YouTube right now wondering about this room, it is free also. Just that a lot more happens in this room, the more interaction amongst traders. Plus, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time in the morning, of course. So if you're looking for some pre-market action, interaction with other traders in the pre-market, come into this room. I don't open it. Obi opens it. Thank you, Obi, for doing that every day. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little too early for me. I get on the mic, both rooms, between 9 and 9:15. And if you keep scrolling down, you can get the trade of the week right here. It is free. Now, Steve Gomez was in our YouTube room for an hour, and he's the originator of the trades of the week. So I'm sure he must have talked about, is it rum this week? So here's how you can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it is free. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription or you're wondering about taking out a subscription, come down to the education section, click on the more info. And so this is mandatory. You do this if you're taking out a subscription, okay? Getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. And it's mandatory. If you don't have the program though, and you're wondering about it, before I would take out a subscription, take a look at these videos. You can start the videos. You can start off with the second one, go to the end. That'll give you an idea about what we're capable of doing. It may or may not be the program for you. Okay, so before I would take out a subscription, even a month, check out these videos. And if you take out a subscription, and it's a monthly, and I would never start off with an annual, take out a monthly subscription. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay, you can even unsubscribe within the month. You pay for the month, but you can unsubscribe so you're not paying for the following month. That's what I would do though. Watch the videos first. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos if you are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, there they are. So I am sharing two races. The large cap race is right here. This other race, this one right here, is a more volatile race. I do have, this is a compare count window, what we call a compare count window. It's taking two competing alerts, two competing scans, I should say. One moving to the upside, one moving to the downside. It is all real time. It looks something like this, okay? Just a different way of presenting the data in a ticker format, okay? Red means it's made a new low of the day, and other filters are in place. It's not just a new low or a new high. Green is a new high. Obviously, other filters are in place, but that's the idea. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Here's the halts resumes, always active. Every single day, this is active. This is my, I'll call it my favorite scan. Daily trend reversals. Looks something like this. Yours will look, when I say yours, taking it from my homepage, will look like this in terms of you'll see the symbol over and over again. Here you're only going to see it the very first time. I took a look at this one, but again, let's take a look at it. I did not. So the first thing I saw. So we get an alert at 324, which is basically above the high of yesterday, okay? But what do you see? I see a couple of days right at 330, and that's basically what it got to today. That's why I would never take the trade. Now, if it takes this out, even if it takes this out though, there's 345. If it took this out and the next high had been up here, 385 or the 4 level, I'd be all over it. But I just cannot take these trades when I look left and I see that the next high is for me too close. So just because it comes into my favorite scan now doesn't mean I just blindly take the trade. I have 4 other scans that I'm currently sharing, and there's the daily trend reversals. There it is. Now I did make an adjustment. Okay, you can do the same if you want. If you load it from my homepage, you will not see any alerts until at least 9:40, 10 minutes after the market opens. I made an adjustment to mine, and I made it so it's only going to delay 5 minutes. I'll show you how if you want. But here's some other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them up and running. You can take a look at them if you want. So if you wanted to make the adjustment, which I'm glad I did, because of course I caught the CRVO a little bit earlier than I would have. And here's how you can make a general adjustment. This is a multi-strategy window. Remember now, up big yesterday, down today, down big yesterday, up today. Okay, that's what this idea is. So if you wanted to make some adjustments to both of the scans at the same time, so you can right click in the body and click on configure all. Probably you can only, if you only want to check one of them, go ahead, but I'm going to, I have them both checked. Edit the selected. So this is what I'm talking about. Here's how you can make a general adjustment. Maybe you don't like my price range. There it is, 2 and 60. That would change it for both the scans. There's a minimum volume. Change it for both the scans. Relative volume again. Now, here is where, if you load it from my homepage, it's going to say 10 for the time of day. What that means is before, and I changed it to 5. You don't have to do the same thing. In fact, you could take it out if you want. You'll get a lot of alerts probably right at 9:30. Might be a little overwhelming, but that's up to you. But what the 5 does, or if you leave it at 10 does, what that means is you will not get an alert until at least whatever time period you pick here has passed. So in other words, 10 minutes. So you would not get an alert until at least 9:40 if you leave it at 10. Now, if you change it to 5, you could get an alert at 9:35. Doesn't mean you will, but that's the earliest you'll get an alert. Again, you don't have to, or you take it out completely, and then I'm sure you're going to get some alerts at 9:30. I might even do that I may duplicate this, take it out, and just see what happens. I do recall when I used to run this, if I didn't have a delay of some sort, I would just get so many coming in at 9:30. Difficult to know. You can't. You try to click on them all, but you get nothing done. That was my experience. Another one. So this is what William is talking about. So there's another company that does this intraday offering financing and just basically wrecks the stock for anybody who was holding on intraday. Now, just opened, I guess, and well, at least the 4 is holding right now. A lot of times what will happen is it'll crash right through, like a stock, when it does an offering at 4, it'll go down below that. So far, it's holding. And still relatively warm, the coffee. And you know what? It's not much of a win. The idea of doing a financing is trying to take advantage of a price pop and all. So they're doing it at 4. Well, you know what? It closed yesterday at around 373. So Marshall, good to see you again. I know you pop in every now and then from Melbourne. It's already tomorrow for you. It's tomorrow. Today for you, tomorrow for us. All right, let's take a look at this little one, TDTH. Pretty ugly looking. You just don't know until you click on it. As I keep on saying, you don't know what you're going to see until you click on it. But that is ugly. Just checking some of the ones that are just over a whole number. So Hub C, I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, it's sort of basing around the 2 level. But well, I mean, it's kind of interesting because the next high is actually 250 on the daily chart. What did it get to today? Yeah, so it has some room. It's only up a dime though. I mean, and it's a let's see, Israeli stock. Okay, now CRV VO is halted again, guys, and now it's getting right to the financing price. Okay, so there's the halt 403 for CRVO, and there's the potential open a little bit underneath that 403, and that is the financing price. So it would not surprise me if it breaks down through that financing price. Yeah, I guess you're right. If they'd offered it down here, but it seems like hardly a premium. You're right, though. They would have had to it would have been less, maybe less than 3, certainly less than probably the 3, whatever it was. Closed yesterday at 355. So again, you're right as usual, William. Geez, another ugly, ugly looking one. Wing Yip Food Holding, another ugly looking chart. Well, that's quite the run for SPCX now, guys. I mean, that was about a $5 run off the lows of 172-ish, maybe even a $6 run. Yeah, the low looks like around 172. Approaching the VWAP. So let's see if the VWAP acts as resistance. And if it does, it might give us an opportunity to trade SSPC, which is now taking a bit of a dive. Yeah, these VWAPs look like they're in pretty decent correlation now, coming into the VWAP from above. Okay, not that far away, and then SPCX coming into the VWAP. My guess is that it's going to be about the same percentage different distance, about the same. Remember, if this stalls it, there's an opportunity. If you feel like it, of course, there's an opportunity. If this does in fact stall it, and keep an eye on the SSBC. Let's see if this does act as support. Wow. Now, when did you get in? Is it hard now? What was the stock price? Do you know what the stock price was, William, for the Meta when you got in? 565. Okay. Let me torment you a bit. Well, certainly on a 15-minute chart, but let's look at the 5-minute chart. So 565 would have been right around, wow, it's right around here. Yeah, I mean, this wave is, I mean, it's still blue, 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 but you've got some piercings, pretty decent piercings that, would have probably been taking some off. It looks a little different on the 15, whereas you could still be in this trade on the 15. The bottom of the bars are still hugging the top of the wave, and nothing has really penetrated the wave that much if you were looking at a 15-minute chart. Yeah, I mean, that's a true wave. The problem is, of course, is that so many. I mean, I could never have held this. I mean, it's too many piercing. Look at that big piercing underneath. So explain the SPCX again. So you're talking about the short and the long ETFs designed for it, Amber? Is that what you mean? So okay. So just looking at the stock, so you can see what's happening. If hopefully you can see this. See that red line there on the 15-minute chart? That's the VWAP. So in theory, the VWAP is, not in theory, it's a pretty important metric that many traders use. And so when you're looking at this and the stock is coming into it from beneath, what many of us would be looking at this. Okay, will this be resistance for it to continue? Okay, well that's what we're talking about. Will this be resistance? Will this act as resistance? And then that's it, and then it'll drop from there. There's no 100% certainty that that's going to act as resistance, but many times it will. The same thing if the stock was above the VWAP and it was moving into it, will it act as support? So that's what I'm sure a lot of traders are looking at this right now at the VWAP and wondering, will the VWAP stall it from moving higher? Well, I'm not saying block trades. There's nothing to do with block trades. Oh, unless you misunderstood what I said. I think I meant block it or blocked, could block it from moving higher, not block trades. And so then when you're looking at the other one, the SSPC, my guess is that it's pierced it a bit. No, it's coming into it. So, you're looking at this now, and will that act as support? Now, even though the stock itself has gone through the VWAP a little bit, just a little bit. And will this act as support and maybe bounce off it? And so if you thought the stock itself, I know now that you're not talking about that, but if people are listening to me, you think the stock itself is going to, finally start to go down again, you can buy this. This is the ETF, a 2-time ETF for it. You can buy it, obviously a lot cheaper, plenty of volume. You don't have to worry about volume. Spread is, a penny. So I think this is the way to trade, in my opinion, anyway, intraday. I wouldn't hold these overnight, though I wish I had this in this case, but and then again, this is if you did think If a person thinks, and it looks like it is, it looked like it did take out the VWAP. If you thought SpaceX was going to or you would think it might keep moving, you could buy this. Well, it's got nothing to do with, of course, SpaceX. Okay, in terms of block trades. Are you talking about? You see the scroll here? Is that what you're talking about when you saw a scroll that says block trades? Perhaps I pay no attention to that, but okay. I see. Yeah, I mean, I should probably just get rid of that. I mean, I don't pay any attention to it. Not saying a person shouldn't. But we do have a block trade filter, or actually scan. We do have a block trade scan. I couldn't tell you how it affected in this case because I didn't see how big it was. But we do have a scan for block trades. Never used it. So here's how you can find block trades and a minimum number of shares. I believe, let me just see here. Oh, have we, let me just do something here. Well, anyway, I think that when I went to when I used to go to look at a block trade just to see what it was all about, I think it had to be a minimum of 20,000. Oh, there it is. Okay, I had to click on it better. So when you click on help, just out of curiosity, yeah. So that's what I thought. Has to be at least 20,000 shares. Okay. I've never found a way for that to help. Well, for us, maybe it's changed. I'm just looking at what we have here. For us, I don't mean that overall or generally 10,000 might be it, but for us it has to be 20,000 unless they've changed it. Well, you know how we can figure that out? Let's do it. I don't know if this would actually prevent me from putting it in. No, you see, so still has to be 20. Oh no. I don't think I added it correctly. So I'll put 10K just out of curiosity and see if it takes it. Yeah, I mean, okay, you know what? I shouldn't have done it in this one. It's going crazy. Just with 10K. So let me take this and I'll duplicate it, okay? And then I'll So if you wanted to, people who are interested in a block trade, there's a couple of things you should do. You should add the quality. You add the quality, and I'll show you why. Okay, add the quality. Now I'm going to add that block trade again. This time I will. I guess it did work at 10, but I'm going to put 20. I'm going to put 30K because I was having a lot coming through. It's pretty ugly looking right here, guys. So let me shrink this down a little bit. But I just wanted to show you how you could do if a person was really interested in block trades. So the quality column, the quality will tell you exactly how many. Okay. So that's why you would add the quality column, and you can tell whether it was done at the bid, at the ask, or in between. So block trade trading between, block trade, at the bid, at the ask, and here's the quality, which will tell you exactly how many shares. Because remember, that filter tells you the minimum you need, but this will tell you how many. If a person is interested, maybe. So if you really wanted to see something outstanding, you might put like 1 million as a block just to see what would happen. Interesting though, you do see a little pop here for AMC. Maybe I'll start using this. This is nothing to do with the halts resumes. Okay, so if anybody wants me to re-explain it, I can. And here you're right. Here's your block trade, but it doesn't tell you anything about it. Okay. So first of all, do you know what a block trade is? Do you understand the concept of what a block trade is? If you don't, that's okay, because we'll go to the help, and there's okay. So let's I'm just going to duplicate this at this. What? Oh, that got ugly. What did I do here? Oh, phew. Okay. So this is just an alert window. Okay. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to start from scratch. Just start from scratch. Now select alerts, block trade. So if you want to understand, and I'm going to put a minimum of 20,000 shares, 20K. And I clicked on the symbol, and I'm going to click on help. Okay. I right clicked. So when you click on help, so this is what a block trade is all about. You can, okay. The 2-time Amber is on the way up, is SPCH on the way up. Okay. SPCH. So this is a big description of what block trades are all about. Okay. This explains it way better than I could. Okay. So that's the first thing. So all you do is In your alert window, you just say, okay, I want to add block trade. And then you just click on the right click on the icon. You see a little help come up, and then you can just click on that. That gives you the description of what it's all about. Next step, columns. We need a description column if we don't have it. Right click, and we need a quality column if we don't have it. Because now this is telling you here's some block trades that are happening. There's the minimum. The quality will tell you the minimum. Remember, it has to be a minimum of 20,000. Sorry, this is telling you the actual number. The minimum has to be 20,000. And it's also telling you, was it at the bid? Was it at the ask? Was it in between? Okay. Now, how you use it, if you use it, is going to be up to you. All I did was I just wanted to explain, what the concept is, and that's best explained in the help. Okay, but but make sure if you're going to use it, you have the description column and the quality column. That'll tell you if it's at the bid or the ask or in between. So obviously, at the bid is more powerful, I think, because people are. I'm sorry, at the ask, because people are willing to pay the ask. But this tells you what it was. Oh, I don't know about that. William uses options all the time, trading Meta and Tesla all the time. No, he does. He trades. I think he trades Tesla options every single day. But this is the ETF. Yeah, day trading. Yeah. So you were looking for the 2x. This is the 2x for Tesla for SpaceX. And look what's happening. My guess, I don't have it up. My guess is that it has to be. The stock itself is finally, maybe it's coming into that little resistance area. Maybe, Tal. Nothing is 100%. Okay. Yeah, so now my guess, not my guess, SSPC has to be moving up. Yeah, a little bit of move up, a little bit, nothing fabulous, but you can see how it held the VWAP. Well, you don't have to learn options, but I don't trade options at all. Doesn't mean you shouldn't, but I have never learned options really, so you don't have to. But if you're curious. Shoot. I've got this one thumbnailed, and I was going to bring it to people's attention, and especially to mine. I thought this looks really interesting on an 8 break, the cast, and I'm too late now, though. Now, if you took it, the VWAP can act like a magnet. 1085, like a return to the VWAP, sort of a mean reversion to the. I don't know if that is technically the term, mean reversion to the VWAP, but. QBTS, Blizzard in our YouTube room wondering about QBTS. See, to me, it's just a mess. I'm sorry. It's just a mess. Look at this 5-minute chart, up, down, up, down, up, down. So I don't see an edge. But if you like it, go ahead. But the nukes, this is not a nuke. I keep mixing up the quants and the nukes, but this to me is just too messy. Ooh. Ah, man, oh man. I mean, this has got a little bit of room. This Kala, it's just showing up in the only 158,000 shares. So, showing up in the trend reversal. You can see down yesterday, up today, but not much volume. I mean, I think my minimum is 150. Usually, when I get these alerts, it's way more. And so I'm not interested really. That is if the volume had been a lot more. But here's the other reason. Look at the spread: 331, 343 on a $3 stock. That's terrible. So too bad. Yeah, Steve is a big proponent of the one. It's the 130 SMA on the 5 minute. Has he abandoned his 10 SMA on the 15? Well, that's up to you, Amber, right? I mean, all you can do is, yeah, you can see that the stock itself, but that is up to you. I mean, I'm not telling you, yeah, you should buy it now just because the stock, SpaceX, is starting to move up. But yeah, this is moving with it, yes. But this doesn't mean you necessarily going to take the trade. I mean, right now, there's the high for it, 1781. Might have to get through that. Yeah, I wouldn't take it because I'd want to wait for it to break that right there. The other thing too is there's the VWAP still. The VWAP does apply, and there's the VWAP. Will that continue to stall it? And in this case, as William is saying, it's right at the VWAP. It's right at the VWAP. Really has to get through it in a big way, in my opinion. Even 180 could stall it. I mean, for me, it's just, I mean, obviously the time to have taken it on the bounce was, around here, 173, obviously. Is it running out of steam now? Well, think of the VWAP though as also an area, okay? Just because it's poking a little bit above it. I have the VWAP here at 179.69. So call it one. See, now my VWAP on the chart, and you don't have to use the same thing, is using pre-market data, and I'll always use pre-market data. When a stock like this trades so much in the pre-market, why wouldn't I want to? I mean, what's the pre-market really? It's there's a lot of volume, but if you don't use pre-market data, the VWAP is 179.69. So Well, I mean, but the problem, it depends on the time frame you're looking at also. I mean, if you waited for the 15 on the 15, for the bars not to be touching, the candle could be way up there. So it really depends on the time frame. I'm not as, the bar touching thing is more for me on the wave. What's a concept that helped you in your early career for trading? Um, Probably the dawning that I'm not going to be. I mean, I'm not trying to sound trite, okay? The dawning that not every trade is going to work, and checking my ego and saying, not every trade is going to work, and then finally figuring out that there has to be a price that I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. In other words, money management. Money management was probably, though it took a while. It took a while for me to embrace it. That I'm going to make, not and embrace the fact that because the trade didn't work doesn't mean the idea was bad. Now, if I have the same idea, if I have an idea and 30 trades in a row and they're not working, okay, maybe my idea is bad, okay? But I had to, realize that, okay, not every trade is going to work. I have to get out of a trade if it's not working, but where am I going to do that? And where am I going to do it so I'm not losing so much money? I mean, those are concepts that when I first started trading, I didn't even think about. I just assumed, what, I'll buy this. It goes down a bit. So what? I'll keep holding, and never really understood the concept of getting out at a certain price and salvaging. Okay, turning it into a manageable loss as opposed to a horrible loss. That probably helped me more than anything, regardless of being able to read charts and all of that. That probably helped me the most. Because the problem is that when you're watching your P&L and it's turning into a disaster, it's hard to concentrate on anything else. And then you start trying to play catch up, trying to recover from the loss. If you in fact took the loss, it's not just a paper loss still, actually took the loss. But a lot of times it's not, you haven't taken the loss. You're watching it go down and say, okay, I better somehow counter that action with something else. And you get sort of wild. That was probably the biggest thing that kind of turned me around. Then after that, and it took me a while though. I mean, this is nothing overnight. Okay. Nothing overnight. Well, first of all, I had nobody telling me all this. Okay. If I'd been in a room, perhaps, the concept of a stop loss and getting out, when it hits a certain price, because, that's where maybe the support was. And if it breaks down through that level, you should be out of the trade, things like that. But then the next thing for me was, okay, what sort of a trader do I want to be? Do I want to be more like a momentum trader, or do I want to be more like a pullback trader? So something pulling back into an area. And, for me, it worked out that, I'd rather be more of a momentum trader. Stocks that have got, decent, good momentum, strong all day. Doesn't mean I just pile into the trade just because it's making a new high, but I wanted to follow those stocks all day long. Some people like to follow the horrible beaten up stocks and try to play a bounce on them, and that's fine. I mean, whatever works, but you don't know what's going to work until you practice. I can use this as a great example. Okay, just because I find this is my favorite scan right now, does it mean I take every trade? No. I eliminated myself on the QTEX, this one, the BBBY, the SMCX, the QTRX, and the CALA. Why? Because when I looked left, I found that for me in my style of trading, there seemed to be resistance fairly close to it. So the only one I liked was the Corvo. Okay, that's the only one I liked out of this list of going long, because when I looked left, I mean, remember now, the stock was down here. So when I looked left, the next high was way up there at 750. When we see that alert at 510, I'm going, wow, okay. Now it could have blocked also at the 6 level, because that's where the 200-day moving average was. But still, from 5 to 6, if it got close, that's a great percentage move, potential percentage move. So that's why this became, my number one. It didn't hurt the fact that we were talking about this in the pre-market too. So we knew there was some news, but the rest of them, nah. And on the short side, most of them were too cheap for me to short. This is one that I definitely was interested in, the Lazy Boy, but when I looked at it, the spread was terrible, so I bypassed it. So that's what I mean. You've just, because again an alert just doesn't mean that I just take the trade without thinking about it. That's why I'll never auto trade. If I tried to back test this, it would probably look terrible. But it doesn't bother me, because first of all, I don't get too many alerts over the course of the day. It's not like I'm getting 20 alerts at every minute, so I have to sift through them all. Very manageable number of alerts, so I have the time to take a look at the stock and size it up. I want the alert though. I want the alert because it's sort of fitting a pattern that I like. But risk management, number one. Did it bounce off that 130? Cash, did it bounce off it? Well, I mean, it finally had a nice re-entry. And that's a late alert. I mean, normally we don't get alerts, too many alerts after really 11:30. I mean, even 11 o'clock. So that's a pretty late alert for the AI. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that it's not normal to have an alert that late. But you can see what happened. I mean, the alert was at 9:04. It hit the stop at 8:75, but it did come back halfway. But I mean, halfway was 890, so it's still below that. Well, it's a great move now for the SpaceX guys. Not quite 10 off the low, about $8 to $9 off the low of the day. Now, in this one, I saw some. I mean, I think I took off about a little after 2 o'clock yesterday, perhaps, and I saw some nice ones late in the day. A couple, I think, from here in the daily trend reversals. Now, because tomorrow's a holiday, I don't know if we're going to get any post-market action because this race right here, and then this compare count window in tandem can really show you the stocks that are moving post-market. All right, guys. Well, it's getting close to 2 o'clock, guys. So, I mean, I'll always say later if there are questions. So, this is the deal today. When I leave, William will keep the room open for at least 5 minutes. But if nobody posts anything in here for 5 minutes, he's going to shut it down. And if people post, keep it interesting in here, then he'll keep the room open until 3. So, there's your challenge. You want the room open until 3? Post. And not just drivel. So when you say what app am I using, what do you mean by that? You mean Trade Ideas? I don't know what you mean by that. What app am I using? You mean the downloadable app or the web-based version of Trade Ideas? Is that what you mean? We don't really have a web-based version anymore that we support. Okay, so that's number one. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, I mean, you're in the Trade Ideas trading room. So yeah, I'm using Trade Ideas. This is all generated from Trade Ideas. But welcome to the room. Do I have a scan that would recommend that might catch the SPCX bottom around 9:30 a.m. Pacific time? So that's 12:30. Okay, so that's 12:30 Eastern time. I'm on the West Coast too, but not really. Probably not. I mean, this is an emotional trade, right? I mean, this is you're talking about catching that bottom right there. Not really. There was no, for me, I mean, the VWAP is up here. It wasn't approaching the VWAP. The next low looking left was down here at 167. So I don't have a scan that would, show something that, okay, this was going to turn around. I mean, look, how many bottoms? No, I don't have anything that I could just off the top of my head say, okay, this was going to be the bottom. I mean, I do have one it's called Bouncers Toppers, but I don't think this would have fit the bill. 1, 2, 3. Let me just see for argument, but this is what it looks like, and not just. Now, here is what you can do. Okay, I showed this the other day. So I know Chris went over the stocks like this template. Well, not this, but I know he mentioned this one. This is pretty cool, guys. Okay. Now, how am I going to do this or that? Wow. maybe a 5-minute. I know I'm talking to myself, but give me a moment. I'm just trying this. I want to see what happens here. What? So let's see what happened at 12:30. Okay, you're talking about 12:30. Okay, 12:30. Yeah, 12:20 to 12. So yeah, the price. I'm just trying to see. See, this is how. Now, this might not be the right the right one to use in terms of a new 5-minute high, but this is kind of a cool way of you can see what the filters were. When something happened. So I put in SPCX. So at 12, yeah, right at 12:30, we didn't get that a new 5-minute high. I guess maybe it could have been a 2-minute high. Because the idea behind this, okay, is to say, okay, it's not so much you want to catch SPCX, but what you're trying to do is say, okay, maybe something like SPCX that puts in a bottom and reverses, something like that, okay? And so you can create a scan. That's the whole idea of looking back and saying, okay, these are the filters, these are the filter values that happened when a stock did something I wanted. If I create a scan with those filter values, maybe I can pick up the next type of stock that does it. That's the whole idea of this. And these are all different column headers. You can put as many different column headers, but what these column headers are showing is the exact what our servers were looking at, the exact data that the servers were looking at. Now, I don't use this, okay, but I know some might like this idea. And of course, you could put any stock in here. See, unfortunately, I don't have anything at 12:30. And I think we don't have a 2-minute high or 2-minute. But you see I cannot. So, off the top of my head, no, I don't have anything that here anyway that's going to show you, well, what was happening exactly at $172. But here's your time frame. This is Eastern time, of course. But I think it's just in general, for those of you who are somewhat industrious and you're looking at a time, and you're saying, well, what were the values at that time? And then that caused, again, this is a bad example because I can't find at 12:30. Nothing. There's probably some other real-time alert that I could have used, but I don't know what it is. But just the concept though, okay, the concept. You see a stock and you say, man, at that time, can I find another stock that might like going forward, maybe with these filter values that might do something the same? And because here you're going to see the filter values. Again, most of our customers will not do this. Okay. So if you're looking at this for the first time thinking, man, is that complicated? I mean, I don't want to call it complicated. It can be fun, to do, but it's not for everybody. So let's look at cast as it's starting to run a bit. So you go to the symbol lists and single symbol. So now we'll type in cast and we'll keep the same and just see what's happening. A new 5-minute high. We run the history today. Because we can see that cast right here, what time is that? Say 1:45. So what was happening at 1:45? Okay, right there, 1:45. So the things you might want to pay attention to, the volume in 1 minute, had a volume burst, a little volume burst in 1 minute. There's a relative volume. I mean, high relative volume. Change from the close. I mean, there's all these. You could pick and choose. Several of these with the filters, and put the values in, like some value that makes sense to you, and create a scan like that. So again, the theory would be that if I create a scan with these values, and that happened to cast, will the same values apply to some other stock that might do the same thing? That's kind of what the AI tries to do, except it goes through many, many, many different filters and adjusts the filter values left and right. We could never do that. Anyway, you want this, you can have it. Just let me know. It's just a template. And then Unusual he has one that's the reversion to the mean, so you could have been looking at this SPCX. Now, is that a reversion to the VWAP or the mean? Okay, the mean. But at what point do you I mean, you could have thought it was going to have. Well, it did have a little pop here, little pop here. That was the big pop, though. But now, look at it now. Right at the VWAP. Will the VWAP act as support? So you can see what happened. It got through the VWAP, looked like it was going to start to run, but now it's come down. Now it's challenging the VWAP again. Okay. Will the VWAP act as supports? It acted as resistance on the way up. It broke through. Now it's coming back down into it. Will it act as support this time? And will it continue its march up? We don't know. I mean, there's no guarantee. But if you thought it would, and if you took the trade right now because you're bound and determined that, okay, this is a nice uptrend, this is just a little pullback into the VWAP, it's going to hold and it'll continue higher. Well, and so you could take the trade at say 180 and the VWAP's at say 178. You put a stop there and see if it works. That's an idea. So that was a pretty good late alert from our AI, actually, guys. Had an opportunity at 904 or at 890 to get into the trade. So you can see the action in the SpaceX SPCX. It looks like it is it's bouncing off that VWAP. It tested it on the way down. Well, I don't have that chart up and up. Remember, it went through the VWAP a little bit, came back down into it, tested it, looked like, and it so far anyway, it has acted as support so far. Remember, resistance on the way up, but if it breaks it, then support on the way down. Ugh, that got ugly. WYHG, it is out of its halt. That's why I'm okay. Just give me a moment. Okay, I need purple. When William made me click that X, that destroyed my my settings on my 5-minute chart. All right, there I got my VWAP. I was wondering where the heck was the VWAP. I could only see it on the 15-minute chart. So yeah, you can see what's happened. Yeah, there it is. So you can see, I mean, it's still testing the VWAP. I mean, the jury's out still. I mean, will that VWAP actually hold it? You know, will it hold it? Tell you, if it breaks down in any big way, it maybe gets down to 176 or something. That could cause it to really, really break down. You know, and maybe test that low of 172. So this would be, you know, one of those ones. I mean, the VWAP is way above, so it doesn't, you know, the stock doesn't have to be above to take the trade. But if it's far enough away, then you know some will look at this, not necessarily right now, but some would look at this down here and say, you know what, the VWAP's way up there. A reversion to what is that technically called? That's not the mean, is it? That's how much I know about some of this stuff. Seriously, I mean, is that what we call reversion to the mean, reversion to the VWAP? Okay, that's I kind of thought that, but you know what? I have no problem asking a question. Or is there another number that would be the mean? Anyway, we can look at this and go, okay, a reversion to the VWAP, especially when it was down here. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course, but that's right. The standard deviation. I knew that. See, Monica's wrong. Monica, you're wrong. We do have standard deviation. I'm pretty sure. Well, okay. Yeah, I know I could add it to the chart. I just don't want to muck it up too much. Okay, I'll let you and Pepe duke it out, Monica, okay? At any rate, a reversion to the classic standard deviation or to the VWAP. What does it all mean? Well, okay. So for many of us, intraday traders 162, that purple line is the VWAP, okay? For many of us, not just us as in this room, but for many day traders all around the world, that is probably could be the most important metric for day trading. So when you see a stock coming into the VWAP, because that is, the volume weighted average price. That's where a lot of the price action is, the volume and the price action is. So it can act as the stock is moving up into it, it can act as resistance, okay, to move any further. Doesn't have to all the time. That's number one. Or yeah, well, here's a good example. Well, this is too. Let me find another one. So you can see here, there's the VWAP here, okay, that purple line. So many could be looking at this and going, you know what, this is starting to approach the VWAP from the upside. That a lot of people will look at this and go, that is a good support area, okay? That if a stock is coming in, that's an area where there could be good support. So the stock could, in theory, bounce off it. In this case, it did. So some would look at this and go, okay, here's the VWAP, say 1433. The price right there was around 1434. It came into it once, twice. Some might have looked at that and go, you know what? I'll take the trade, say at 1440. Just throw it a number, 1440, and I'll put my stop just underneath the VWAP, which might have been, about 1428 or so, because you're looking at this as acting as support. If it broke down through it, then maybe it's not going to be supported anymore. Make sense? It's an idea to trade. It's an idea. Doesn't mean it's always going to do this, but that's an idea. So where you're going to take the trade, how far above the VWAP are you going to take it? How far below the VWAP are you going to put your stop? I mean, those are, it really depends, I think, on the price also of the security, but it's an idea. So that's one. And the other big one, certainly for swing trading, but even I'll use it if I see it in the, well, for instance, Cuervo is a good example, a CRVO. So even though this was an intraday trade, you see that blue line on my chart? That is the 200-day moving average. That's probably the number one statistic that's used, technical indicator that's used. Okay, people, it's the 200-day moving average. So look what was happening with this. This is the daily chart. So even though I'm looking at an intraday chart, I always want to be aware of where the 200-day is. And in this case, it was very close, but it was still far enough away, taking this trade just over 5, and the 200-day is at 6, which could have stopped it. Now, in this case, did it stop it? Well, it didn't at the beginning, but look where it is now. I mean, this is where the stock is now. Now, again, they did a financing, but that could have stopped it. We see many cases where a stock runs right into that 200-day moving average and at least stalls for a while. Keeps butting its head up into the 200-day, because there are some traders and some programs out there that will only take stocks if they're over the 200, go long. They'll never go long unless the stock is above, as an example. I'm not saying that's what you should do or anybody else in this room should do, but there are sort of algos that's all they look at. Where's the 200-day? Did it break above it? Okay. For how long is it above it? We'll take the trade. So now there are many other statistical indicators that I don't use. And many will use a 20-day, 50, a 100. It really, I just look at the 200 and that's it. But there are many people that swear by a 20-a-day moving average, 50 or 100. And I would never say don't do that. But, I just want to have as uncluttered a chart as I can. Ugh, this is really ugly. I'm surprised it's only traded 3,000 shares live. No, it doesn't trade very much. Okay. Well, not in this room so much anymore. Well, not anymore. It never happened. But other places I have been, and people just say you're an idiot for not using the MACD or stochastics or RSI or whatever else they use. You're an idiot. I mean, literally. Call yourself a trader, and you're not using this and that. Well, but I would never say to them, don't do it, because I don't. Oh yeah, people can get very brave behind a computer screen. Oh man, I missed this one. Was this shortable? Shoot, it was. This just showed up. This showed up at time is it now? 2:20. Well, that was pretty quick. I'm not sure I could have got it. It showed up at 1565 as a short opportunity. Got down to 1469 before it popped. But I'm not going to beat myself up. Why? Look at the spread. 1509, 1612. Basically untradeable. So I'm not going to beat myself up. Exactly, William. Whatever works, keep doing it. Doesn't matter what other people do. I mean, I always say, my stop is always based on something. It's based on maybe, maybe the VWAP, maybe a whole number, maybe an area of support that I see on the chart. And some say, well, I don't do that. I put a 20-cent stop every single trade or a 1% stop every single trade, and it works for you. It works for me. Great. I would never do that, because I like to have my stop kind of based on something a little more scientific, a little more. I mean, nothing is 100% scientific, but a little more scientific than just sort of pulling a random number out and say, well, I got a 20-cent stop on every trade I take, or a 1% stop on every trade I take. But if it works for you, then, keep doing it. Yeah, the old my way is my way or the highway. Yeah, atomic. No two people are trade exactly the same. Exactly. Well, guys, hey, it's 2:23. I don't think I can repeat that one, William. He's not disparaging anybody, okay? Just in case you're wondering, he's not disparaging anybody. He's just being William. Well, I got to tell you, Cass has had a wild day trading. Now, will it? I mean, there's the high at 1219. There it is right now at 972 or so. Number one advice for trading: money management. That's it. Well, not it, but that's my number one advice for trading: money management. You have to have a plan, stick to it. You have a stop, stick to it. You have a risk amount that probably should be about the same every trade. In other words, if you get into a trade, how much are you willing to risk on the trade? Risking meaning how much money are you willing to lose on the trade? Okay. And so the way I trade is I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. So in other words, I'm not risking $100 one trade, 500 the next, 1,000 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount per trade about the same every single trade within reason. And how much you're going to risk per trade is going to, really be dependent on your account size. Hopefully it makes sense. If you've got a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. I can't tell you what you should risk, but you can always practice in the simulator. And the other thing, well, I'm just going to say that with what William is talking about. Yeah, I mean, there are some times where I might adjust my risk a little bit, but I'm not going to go from, say, risking $500 a trade to $1,500 the next trade. But it's like if if you've ever played blackjack before and you have a sense of the cards, don't card count, of course, but if you have a sense of the cards and know when they're a little bit more in your favor, then you might risk a little bit more at the table. This is a good example. Okay, the CRVO is a good example because this was a primo setup for me, because even though the 200-day was there, taking this trade around $5 and getting anywhere close to 6 is a tremendous percentage move. I could have still taken that trade if the next high had been 540, okay, and getting in around 5, because my stop would have been maybe 10, 15 cents. And so if it had got to 540, that's still a 1 for 2 risk reward. But when I saw this and all the room, and especially if it took out the 200-day, that becomes so much better a look for me. It's got a ton of room to keep going if it wants to. Whereas, another trade, which I could have taken, doesn't have as much room. So I'm going to, keep my risk amount to that sort of norm. In this case, I looked at that and go, okay, you can risk a little bit more because it has a better setup. And then, as William says, your risk should, well, the way I trade, and I think a lot of people, your risk will drop as the day, especially if you've made money. You don't want to give it all back just because you're anxious to trade. That's what I do anyway. Just give me one moment, please. I will be back, guys. I am on a call right now, but I will be back. I'm just gonna pop in here 162. So we don't do options at all. We don't scan for options at all. So I don't know if that, there's not too many option traders in here. I know William trades a little bit, but I certainly, I'm not an option trader at all, just to let you know. Okay. We don't scan for options. We have some option filters, but we don't actually scan for options. Okay, guys, I am back. I am back for a bit. I'll try to answer all the questions. Are there any? So as far as options goes, I'm the wrong person. I don't trade options at all. So that's number one. Number two, you might want to, guys, you might want to look at this one. This Cuervo is trying to bounce off that $4 financing. You may get some people involved in this. It looks like it's trying to hold 4. Am I? Yeah, remember. Yeah, thanks, Monica. You remember, no market open tomorrow. Back. Okay, I think I've answered everything. Okay, guys. Well, listen, thanks for all the help all day long. And by the way, I really enjoy the questions. It keeps me motivated to stay here. So I really enjoy the questions. Never think that you're interrupting me. Okay. So we'll see you guys on Monday. Remember, the market is closed tomorrow. And so have a great, long weekend. And OB will open the Monday morning around 6:45 a.m. I'll get on the room. YouTube, I usually open around 9 and get on the mic for both rooms around 9, between 9 and 9:15. So again, have a great long weekend, and we'll see you on Monday. So William, I will keep the room open for 5 minutes. Well, no, you can keep the room open for 5